Good morning and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the beginning of week 4, Series 4 here at the MODUS Super Series. Saturday night was a bit of a delight and we saw the Duff Man make it through to Champions Week. Here is the best of the action. Well, it was a tense group stage and Bradley Rose got the better of Stuart White in the end. White, who played really well up until Saturday evening, but just tailed off for him on finals night on his debut. Meanwhile, for Conan Whitehead, the former champion, well, he started off well. He had that 96 average, got the better of Johnny Haynes, knocked him out of the competition in the group stages. When it came to the semi-finals, Bradley got the better of Matt Dillon. He put in some really good performances last week. He'll feel unlucky not to make it through to the final. As for Duff, he got the better of Whitehead by 4 legs to 1 to set up our finale. But the double that won him the Lakeside title wins him the weekly title. He has waited so long for this opportunity. And it's his destiny for Duff.
MODUS Super
And after
Series
all the toil and troubles and all the heartache and heartbreak, Neil Duff has finally found his way into Champions Week. Commentary of that final Saturday. Who did the commentary on that final Saturday, I wonder? Chris Mason alongside me up here this week for week 4 of the Super Series. Just a quick reflection on Saturday night. Neil Duff has waited so long to get himself in the winners' enclosure. He had so many near misses, but has finally got over the line. Yeah,
a bit like Rob Cross on the Euro Tour, wasn't it? That was his 8th final. I think that was the 7th opportunity that Neil Duff had. And the one that I feel like it got away from would be Matty Dennant. He played some wonderful stuff, had a slight off game against Bradley Rose and got paid the price, and then Neil Duff got the job done in the final, and nice to see him in Champions Week.
It most certainly is. We'll see him then at the beginning of August. This is how week 3 panned out in the end then. It was one of those weeks, wasn't it? Well, I think the ADC European qualifiers kind of struggled to find their feet. Bradley did, though, towards the end.
Yeah, it was a tough week. Group A, they all seemed to get bogged down and were trying to chase down Neil Duff, who went on to win Group A. And then Group C, again, it was just the players just couldn't find... They were finding the odd bit of form here and there, and then in the next match, just not being able to continue on. Group B was the saviour for me. The Thursday and Friday night was absolutely outstanding. But yeah, the overall average of 82 is not quite up to scratch for me. Highest average of the week, and that tells its own story. That was our only ton plus average of the week, 101.90. And the finishing, we're so used to seeing it sort of par for the course around 33, 34%. That was well down as well at 29%. Lowest leg of the week came from the ADC qualifier, Stuart White, and we had a 1 semi out.
Indeed, we did. So that was week 3. Week 4 promises to excite us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got some legends of the game, an ex-world champion, an ex-players champion, and, well, actually, we've got 2, haven't we? One in the commentary box, one on the stage this week, because Kevin Painter's going to be, whereas Paul Nicholson is a part of our commentary team. Christian Kiss, former Lakeside champion, here as well. And one player in Group A that really excites me is Martijn Dracht, who plays some great stuff on the Euro Tour and elsewhere. Yes,
and he's familiar with the environment here, of course, and the format. I'm looking forward to seeing Peter Hudson just off the tour as well. Of course, a former tour card holder for quite some time. Looking at the Thursday and Fridays, always look forward to seeing Scotty Baker play. Great to see Prakash back, and local lad Adam Lipscomb.
Indeed, and I have been told if he qualifies for Saturday night, he's got about 50, 60 massive coming down from Portchester down to Portsmouth for it. So that is the players we're going to see this week. Let's have a look at Group A and see what the bookmakers think about proceedings this week, because it's the former BDO World Champion Christian Kiss that goes off favourite at 15-8. Kevin Painter and Martijn Dracht not too far behind. What do you make of those odds?
Yeah, I sort of get why. Kist as well recently played on the Euro Tour, as you've mentioned. Painter just over 2-1. I'd be tending to look at Dracht and Hudson that respectively 9-2 and 11-2.
Indeed, in the two ADC qualifiers, Kevin Blommer and Philip van Hatter involved as well this week. We'll see how they get on with their efforts throughout the course of the next few days. Right, let's have a look at Aces Ac then. This is what Chris Mason is looking at ahead of today's action. It's a 5-6 treble for him today, and these are some of the selections for this afternoon session.
Yeah, Blommer minus 1.5 at evens against Kevin, and then Kist against Huddens, handicap Kist minus 1.5 at 6 to 5, Painter against Kist over 5.5 legs at 1 to 2 pays, well, 5.6 to 1.
Kevin Painter involved in the first game of the week. He takes on Martijn Dracht. I'll tell you what, this isn't a bad way to start, is it?
Yeah, it'll be a good game. We'll find out sort of where the players are in terms of form in these opening couple of matches. So, yeah, we're better off looking at the betting tomorrow, I think.
Ready to get it on?
I am.
Well, it's a bank holiday Monday of darts here at the MODUS Super Series. It is Kevin Painter, the former Players Champion, that is going to get our action underway. He takes on Martijn Dracht. Chris Mason is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of another former Players Champion, Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul.
Good morning, Henry, and good morning to everybody tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel here on Bank Holiday Monday, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. It is a public holiday here in the United Kingdom, and I'm sure it is in a lot of places where you are tuning in from as well. This is Kevin Painter, now 55, living in Warwickshire, the former Players Champion, as Henry mentioned. But this is Martijn Dracht, the man from the Netherlands. And there are two Dutch players in this group. But just watch out for this man, because for me, at third favourite in this group, I think he might be worth a bit of a punt, because if he gets off to a decent start, he might be very hard to stop. But I think it's a very fair first game of the group. Let's find out
Kevin to
what kind of form these guys can bring to what is a marathon group over the next 3 days, where 15 games per player will take place.
60.
And the first thing, Chris Mason, apart from good morning, of course, is the fact that Painter, who has been flip-flopping a lot with his equipment, has gone to something quite traditional.
Good morning, Paul, and welcome back. Great to have you back alongside me. Yeah, this is almost back to his
60.
Original setup, isn't it?
I think he might have tried every single flight shape that is available
even
on
some
planet
that are not available.
Correct. I think he's trimmed some down with the scissors. He's gone for the kite shape, standard shape, big wing, pear shape. He's done the lot.
40.
But ultimately, he does have a default setting, and this is it with the pear-shaped flight. And also, it's not just the flight shape that's different, it's the barrel that's different.
125.
Yeah, I think if you can all, well, we can all sort of return back to where it's so. Well, I tried that, and then I found it, not that I experimented
100.
massively, and all Kevin has done really, it's if the barrel shape's the same, the finger position is the same, and that's the one thing I found. Once I sort of fiddled with that, I was twixt in between. I couldn't remember which way I threw them in the first place. But this is the setup that I remember Kevin
60.
using all the time.
Yeah, short Alamo stem.
I mean, how long have they been around? I remember they were revolutionary when they first come out.
Absolutely. I remember those being in the sports shops as a kid,
Yeah.
thinking, I'm not sure I can afford those.
100.
Aluminium top, poly bottom, and they are
And the problem
very
was
reliable.
when you caught the aluminium part of the stem that holds the flight, that was it. They were done. You had
56.
to throw them out, and you could
Maritime
buy the
Uruguay
individual little ends, couldn't you, and
110.
screw them in.
That's right.
Yeah, they're real old school.
That's 18's first on 110, and it doesn't pay off, which means Painter's got an early opportunity for a Hollywood-style finish.
54. Kevin, you require
He
125.
gets the ball, he wants it to be top half. That's no good.
45.
Can't quite tidy up.
Martijn, you require
Dracht has got an early
56.
chance to break here. Game 1 of Monday in Group A in Week 4 of Super Series 4.
16.
He was a
Incredible
little
that-
bit on the move there, wasn't he? That was a great
Kevin
camera
Uruguay
angle to see just
18.
how much he was
Walking on the...
walking on dart 3.
Incredible how quick we've come round to Series 4 already.
Hang on a minute.
Game shot on the first leg.
About
Well, I was
15 years ago, if you'd have done that against Kevin, he wouldn't have liked you very much.
Well, just for a moment, it is early. I was looking at
Second leg,
Martine's
Martine
score,
to
thinking, has he looked
Game
at the
on.
wrong score? And I think I was expecting to hear game shot, but yeah, I remember James Wade did that to Kevin Painter, and there was absolute blue murders.
41.
That was in the match play, wasn't it?
I remember it well. I just get the feeling that Kevin's seen everybody doing it. I'll give it a go.
55.
There is a little bit of logic to it, but there are people who stand by that shot vociferously. One of them is Richard North. He goes for it every single time. He will not be told otherwise.
44.
In some cases, if I don't have any confidence around the treble 20, then I'll just go straight at tops, and
100.
that can sometimes be a case for it. But Kevin Painter, the one thing he's never lacked is confidence, or
57.
confidence in his own ability. So maybe it's just something he's been doing in practice and likes it.
100.
And I think it takes a really good player to notice what's happening well in practice and then...
Well, that's why I'm a great believer. I always sort of 3 of my 5. If I was practicing 5 days a week, 3 of those practice days, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, would be against someone, and then my 2 days sort of in the middle would be to work on specific
140.
areas that I felt that whilst I was doing match practice, something was lacking.
Dirac here is looking to
125.
respond,
Kevin
but
Uruguay 106.
he might not get a look at that 94. Painter still got the shot on. Bullseye.
61.
Hasn't got the hang of the centre
Right
of
on
the
your
board
report.
yet. He was
94.
wildly low with his first attempt, wildly high with the next one.
The radar is just a little off. He went for double 18 for tops. Don't mind
54.
that.
Kevin Uruguay 45.
Just about gets the 13. And that Rob Cross style pause. I
The
say
Rob,
that. I
the
say
Rob
that
Cross
after-
reset.
Yeah, he was the
29.
first person to do it. Was
Martin
Painter
Uruguay
Yeah.
40.
in a somewhat famous way, and everybody seems to reference Rob Cross when that happens. But it was more of a Painter thing before Rob even graced the tour.
Yeah, if you've not played Kevin before, you've got to be a little bit wary of standing direct behind him, because he
Game shot on
will
the second leg, Martin
back up
Dirac.
into you, and if you're not expecting it, you think, well, what's going on here? And it's a bit of a
Third leg,
tactic as
Kevin
well.
to throw first. Game on.
I think stagecraft is something that Kevin has been a complete ninja at in his career.
91.
Very well
I
put.
remember very well playing him in a Players' Championship event, and I broke his throw, and he did not move
57.
1 millimeter, and he was probably only 2 feet away from the oche.
And you had to walk around him.
I had to walk around him, and the only other person I've ever had to do that with was Peter Manley. So those two
Another
knew exactly
one,
what they were doing.
Yeah. Well, they call it ring generalship, don't they, in boxing? And some players just have that, like you say, it's a stage craft. Eric was also a master at it.
85.
Well, this one hasn't started that hot. And sometimes you do see on Monday morning people just taking a bit of time to get going, but I distinctly remember the
135.
last time I watched Kevin Painter here, he came out of the traps with 107 average. His personal best here at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
So not as hot a start as the last time he was here in a previous series. Just still trying to find that first start range, which seems to make things a bit easier.
63.
Nice counting there from Kevin. I like the use of the 25 and bull with dart 2, which opened up possibilities of leaving the first 170 of the week.
93.
We see that more and more down with the
170.
ball being used a lot earlier in the scoring phase of matches now, or legs, should I say.
92.
I wonder how long it's going to be before he gets a bullseye. Because it is in his mind already.
I can assure you his first 10 throws or so when he comes back off of this game in the practice room will be at the ball.
78.
That single is just a little awkward.
Need a gurney flatty.
Game shot the
Oh, he's
third
found
leg,
it.
Kevin
Good weight of
Vinson.
throw from Kevin, and it's getting better, leg on leg. You want to see more of Kevin, of
Fourth leg,
course. It's
Martin
the
to throw first.
World Seniors Masters coming up on the 24th and 25th of June at the Westlands Entertainment Centre in Yeovil.
58.
Tickets available via dartshop.tv. And while you're there, you can also get tickets for this Saturday night. But be quick. Got a fair few local players involved and, of course, some very, very popular ones.
When I was looking through
35.
the players that are coming later in the week, I looked at Group C, or Group B, in fact, with Scott Baker, Willie Boland and Prakash Jiwa, and I thought, I cannot remember 3 quicker players coming into the later part of the week. Baker is
100.
arguably one of the quickest players we've ever had. Willie Boland definitely is, and Jiwa does not hang around. That's a little bit better from Dract.
133.
Just looked a bit more positive in the release there. You already think that this game has the likelihood of 7 legs in it.
99. Martin, you require 170.
You can attack that one, just like that.
120.
And that one was the 25 wire.
Yeah,
Kevin, you require
I'd like to see a
167.
slow-mo replay of that one. Yes. 57. Ball. Can he find it this time? He's been all round it like a
136.
second hand on a clock.
Martin, you require 50.
It's like a ring of roses. He's all around it. Double top.
Game shot the
Martin
fourth leg,
Dract, he
Martin
does
Dract.
survive a bit of a scare. He could have had his pocket pick there, but it is 2-2.
Best
Fifth
leg of the
Kevin to
match.
throw first.
14
on.
darter. Everything gone with throws so far. It was steady away to start, but starting to pick up now.
84.
Players look like they've got a bit more rhythm about them as well.
Yeah, I think when you have experience of playing in a group-based situation, playing at 9:30 on a Monday morning,
45.
you're okay with it if you've done it before. If you haven't, it will feel extremely early because a lot of tournaments these days do not start
140.
until 10:30 or even 1 o'clock these days.
Yeah, the Pro Tours now is 1 o'clock, isn't it? I mean, back in the early days of playing in the BDO and some tournaments in America, they were sort of 9:30, 10 o'clock starts. But yeah, it just feels alien
43.
because your body's not sort of adjusted to being awake yet. All the muscles and
140.
Well, the thing that fascinated me about last year, at the end of October, we had a German player here by the name of Daniel Klose,
64.
and
That's on
he
your
spoke on the balcony
136.
about the rigmaroles of playing a group-based situation, which he won. And he said, this is easy compared to the PDC Europe Super League
60.
because we play
Kevin, you require
6, 7, 8 matches a day for 3 straight days. Really interesting thought processes. Painter doesn't get a shot at the bullseye this time.
91.
yeah, again,
Maritime
doesn't get anywhere near it.
76.
But this is for the first break of throw. Oh, no. Well, he's going to go 25, isn't he?
This would be ironic.
I was expecting to see that slam straight in the ball.
Honestly, that bullseye is like hungry hippos.
36.
And it keeps disappearing.
Kevin, you require 79.
Should be treble 19. So 20 and tops. Had he gone 39, the treble 13, of course, he may have ended up on the ball, and that's not been popular with KP.
59.
Well, it's not been
Maritime,
popular
you
with either of
require
them.
40.
I don't think Martine's going to be popular with KP if he hits tops. Very upright angle of attack in the board for Martine, who is tall Everybody's tall from the Netherlands.
30.
And he misses out on a golden opportunity of
Kevin, you
breaking the
require
throw.
20.
Tallest nation in the world, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Can he brush off that one and into the red bit?
No score.
Doesn't really scare it.
Martin, you require 10.
And this is where he can be a bit cautious with dart 1 as long as it's high. I don't think that's a marker.
Game shot.
Maybe I was wrong. He did
Martin
brush
drag.
off the flight a little bit. And it is a somewhat mundane 20 dart break of throw.
Six
I
leg
think that was
Martin to
too far
throw
away. It
first.
may have been
Game
a
on.
sort of a range finder, and he just made the big required adjustment.
57.
I saw Martijn Dracht at the Baltic Sea Darts Open earlier this year on the European Tour, and he did very well, making the final day
85.
on debut.
Yep.
And it seemed to me, Mace, like he's the kind of player that really does find that
95.
extra level when there are thousands of people behind him. So if you are a Martijn Dracht fan and you want to get behind him, hope that he gets through to Saturday, and you could give him some support on Saturday night.
100.
But this atmosphere is the exact antithesis of what he had in northern Germany. This is silent, at least for the first few days.
190.
It's his second.
$100.
It would be very interesting to get the thoughts of Painter after this first performance, because he might just get 3 more darts in this game.
57.
What he wants here is to max out, to leave double 18 and put maximum pressure on Dracht. Now 25 off leaves 191, so that is really awkward. 25 does not get him out of jail.
42.
So now Dracht's got
Martin, you
6
require 100
from this lower number. It's a lovely lie for the 54. And a double top for the match.
72.
He will return. Time on his side.
$45.
Painter will believe that this one
Martin, you require 40.
is too much to ask. Dracht in this game,
Game
3
shot
from 13.
and match,
Well, let's
Martin
change that
Drag.
to 4 from 14. He gets his first win of the week, and it is a decent win at that. I know the average is down at 80, but it is a good platform for him to build on something. Painter doesn't get a win in his first game of this day. He has got 4 more games to go, but we will press on with game number 2 when we come back, which is Philip van Gassen up against Kevin Blommer, both from Belgium.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Martijn Dracht has picked up the first points of the week, getting the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 2. 4 out of 14 on the doubles. Both players will be looking to improve as the week goes on. For KP, it'll be a case of going again. Right, next up for us, it's a battle of 2 Belgian debutants here at the Super Series, as Philip van Hasse takes on Kevin Blommer in our second game of the session. To see how these two get off and underway in their Super Series careers, here's Paul and Chris.
A very warm welcome back to game number 2. And Belgium is a country that right now is booming because of the art of the dart. Very much thanks to the likes of Kim Huybrechts, Ronnie Huybrechts, and of course Dimitri Vandenberg, the former match play champion. But this is Philip van Hasse up against Kevin Blommer. Throwing a Peter Wright dart, but which one is it?
And back in the day, we used to have quite a lot of tournaments. I mean, the Belgium Open used to be in Lierre, and that's been established for many, many years.
When you talk about Belgium darts as well, you can't go any further than a certain world master. I'll give you about 30 seconds to think about who it is, because you should know.
Game on.
Had a very unusual throw as well.
Yes, he did. And a great way of counting as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't want a spot for him, let's put it that way.
I spoke with Eric Claris very recently, and he's just a remarkably down-to-earth guy. But this is where we find out a little bit more over the next few days about Kevin Blommer and Philip van Hasse. Now, they both went to Q School this year. They've both played on the Challenge Tour this year. But I think it's fair to say that they have not
55.
found a great deal of success so far.
And why I remarked on how long it had sort of taken for the darts to boom in Belgium.
77.
The first Belgium Open was back in 1982.
Are you going to ask me who won it?
Well, I tell you what, if you can pronounce it, I'll buy you a pint.
I'll be right back, folks.
93.
I can't wait for this. This could be darts gold.
Gustav de Meulemester.
There we go. Well done,
That
mate.
is a name.
100.
At 200 on Scrabble.
Get 37 for Christoph. I worked that out. It's got 2 Zs.
89 and 90, won by back-to-back by Alan Warner, and then back-to-back wins for Harrington, but the lights have
170. Philip, you require 106.
Oh, we've had our first 170 of the week. It wasn't to finish a leg, though. But if Blommer takes the 65, this will be an early indication
Kevin, you require 65.
of what's possible from this fella. There's the 25, looking for the tops.
25.
Not a bad try, but
Philip, you require
Philip is going to have a look at double 16 after hitting the bullseye himself on approach. Still got some room left to the bottom end.
No score.
Can't quite find it.
Kevin, you require 40. Game
That's a nice find.
Kevin Blum.
First leg in 16 darts, and I'm not really sure why he's apologising. I don't think I've ever seen anybody apologise in a 16 dart leg.
Well, my famous story, and I'm just looking back at my notes, and it was back in 1994, and talking of the Belgium Open, I lost to
59.
Mike Gregory. Had a dart at tops to beat him in the semi-final, God rest his soul. And there was this other bloke who lost to Stefan Eckelart in the semi-final, and as you know, those European tournaments, they make a big thing about the presentation. We've got flowers and a trophy for being joint third, as they called it over there. And he was telling me about how he was going to be world champion. I was like, yeah, of course you are, mate.
95.
Raymond van Barneveld.
Oh.
Well, he was as good as his word, I'll give him that. But yeah, always been a massively
60.
popular. So Barneveld actually won it himself in 96 and 99. Adams winning it in 97 and 98. So you can see by the quality of player how well it's been supported.
100.
And of course, this year in the PDC, Michael van Gerwen winning his first ever tournament in Belgium. Taking the title away from Dave Chisnell, who was defending it from last
60.
year. Great names have won in a great darting country. And the popularity of darts in the country for the fans
96.
is now evident because there are more players playing from Belgium than ever.
Yeah, and you also had the Antwerp Open, another massively supported
121.
tournament. That first
Kevin
started
Uruguay,
in
151.
1988, and Steve Brown won that back-to-back, not Steve Brown from Bristol.
The other Steve Brown.
Yeah,
60.
from Surrey now,
Philip Uruguay,
America.
120.
Shanghai on 20s. Well, there's the single. Can't quite get to the treble,
60.
so Blommer will have a
Kevin
chance to
Uruguay,
double his lead.
91.
Current champion of that Antwerp Open, Jamie Lewis.
Double 10.
Game
That's a really
double
nice
second leg,
finish.
Kevin Blum.
It's a really nice start to the match. My notes do say, watch out for Blommer in
Philip
terms
to
of his
throw first.
scoring ability.
Game
But I
on.
mentioned the Antwerp Open, of course, because there's a nice little segue here. I played Merv King in the final in
60.
1999. Defeated, unfortunately, but I recently read your piece in the Sporting Life where you look back over your darting heroes, and
140.
Merv King is one of them. Also, a player that, well, they'll recognise the surname, Doby. But it's not Chris, unfortunately. He's the
100.
second best Doby in the Northeast, and we both agree on that.
Yes, we do. We do. I'm right in thinking that Jamie Harvey won a couple of Antwerp Opens, right?
93.
Or did I?
No, correct.
Oh, well.
2000, the year after I lost to Merv in the final.
Great players,
95.
great tournaments, great countries. That's what this sport is all about, as well as great fans at the minute.
How about this for a name? A Belgian player defeated Barney in 1992. Jeff van Hertem.
128.
Just imagine he hurt him that day. But yeah, familiar names of Belgium darts. Leo Laurens, another great star in the sport back in the 80s and
100.
'90s. Stefan
Kevin Uruguay,
Ekelaar.
140.
That puts pay to that effort. 2 treble 20s were required.
40.
You don't necessarily have
Philip
to go for
Uruguay,
treble 20 on that 140.
146.
But it is advised when your opponent is on a finish, and the finish is still on for Philip, who narrowly misses out on that second treble 19.
130.
Kevin Painter himself lost in the final in 2002 to Lloydie, who won it 3 times on the spin.
Probably one of the reasons why he was world number 1.
36.
And the following 3 years,
Philip
after
Uruguay,
he
16.
won it 3 times on the spin, Terry Jenkins won it 3 times the spin, beat me en route.
Can he find double 8?
Game
Oh, that's a
on the
lovely
third
little
leg,
flick
Philip
on, isn't it?
van Hasse.
Needed that, just as a bit of a settler pull. This one was beginning to run away
Kevin
from
to
him.
throw first.
Even when
Game
you've
on.
got a lot of experience, you've played in many different arenas, you still need, when you're on debut in a tournament like this that you've never done before, you need that settler. You
93.
need to find yourself
Well, you need to
with a
win
bit
that.
of comfort.
You need to win that first leg and then win your first match, and then you feel like you're in it.
Now, Philip is a metal
60.
worker, I'm reliably told, from Stekken, I hope I said that, which is in East Flanders, near the Dutch border. He's been playing darts since 1984,
58.
and his favourite player was Jockey Wilson.
No wrong with that.
100.
What a very, very smooth throw. Just delivers it without any violence on that follow through. It just looks very appealing. Whereas
60.
Kevin is very much side on with the eye and very much uses that right eye dominance to its best of,
43.
or the best of his ability.
Yeah, very much sights the dart, doesn't he? A real aimer.
He's got one of those Benito van der Pas micro squints as well, just before he throws.
57.
Mikuru Suzuki does that too.
Yeah, so you can... Well, I went through a spell that when I went to a longer point, and when I would pull the dart back, I would
60.
sort of just look down through the point at the target. But this man is sort of a mixture, really. He's a bit of a thrower and a bit of an aimer.
Wants to stay downstairs. I love the thinking of it.
95.
Yep, I like that.
719s leaves a 2-darter. That's the thinking behind it.
And that's the key is to leave those 2 darters, which is why we're seeing the ball used more. And the one thing I've certainly noticed
138.
is that they'll, with their final dart in a combination, they'll sometimes now go that 25 route to leave anything in the 50s rather than leave 60, because it takes away that blocker dart on the 20.
Yeah, 59 and 57 are being left a lot more these days.
Kevin, you require 40.
We've seen tops left a lot already so far this morning, but that guide could not have been better, but that result
8.
could not have been worse.
Philip, you require 136.
Completely lost the line, hasn't he?
Single 16.
96.
tops. And
Kevin,
Blommer
you
was
require
thinking
32.
at no time in this leg was he going to think about double 16, but he has to now. And he's got a blocker.
Game
And a beautiful
shown before
dart.
by Kevin Blom.
A very strange leg in 23 darts there, but Blommer is now within 1 of his first 2 points here at the MODUS
Fifth leg,
Super
Philip
Series.
to throw first. Game on.
As you can see, Philip is standing all the way to the left-hand side of that
100.
hockey, almost the anti-Stephen Bunting stance. But I don't know about you, Mace. When I was playing someone like Andrew Gilding or Mervyn King, or anybody who would stand on that side, I was
62.
very happy because it gave me plenty of clearance room when retrieving the darts and going back towards the back of the stage.
Yeah, and you're always wary of that.
140.
Not so much now. We play. I'm not sure. You would have played. Were you playing county when they still had the bloke that would put the pins in the?
Oh, yeah.
So there used to be a
96.
big square box just sort of behind where our referee Danny McNamara is, and if you had someone that stood on the right, then it was a real squeeze to just try and get out of the way. And I was always
100.
conscious of getting out of a player's way. And I'm also a player that stands slightly right of middle, and yeah, it can be a little frustrating.
140.
Well, we mentioned Barney a
Philip
few times, and
161.
Blommer has some similarities with Barney. Kevin still a postman, of course, and that was Raymond Van Barneveld's former profession.
What did Sid Waddell say about Raymond van Barneveld once? Said he's that good at darts, he could
59.
probably throw the letters through the letterbox.
40.
Double top for Philip.
Game shown on
And
the
that
fifth
is
leg,
really
Philip Van
good.
Hasse.
A 13-darter, and showing us why, maybe, he won the Malta Masters in 2022,
Sixth leg,
beating
Kevin
a very
to throw
good
first.
Slovenian player by the name of Benjamin Pratnima in that final.
He can certainly play.
Yeah, Benjamin, a winner on the Ali Pali stage, of course.
90.
And still a very handy player in Southern Europe.
That's the best leg of the match so far. The last one, a 13-darter. In terms of levels of performance, this one's better than our opener.
140.
It's a good indication we're going to see some really good stuff today because, as Paul rightly said,
100.
even with lots of experience, it's still always going to be a nervy start.
Is this a good draw for these two debutants to get this game out of the way?
95.
Because there's going to be two languages spoken in the practice room today, English and Dutch. And I'm sure Kevin Painter gets along with Peter Hudson.
60.
I hope he does, because he's the only person who's going to be speaking English in there with him. But with these two guys being debutants today, is it good that they get their debut against each other out of the way.
Well, and also that they're making their
136.
debut together. Like you say, they've been travelling companions, and they'll be looking out for each other over the course of the week.
140.
I
Kevin, you
think his
require
debut
40.
may be over because Blommer has had another wide on tops, and he goes for double 16 again.
8.
And this is an
What do you think that's
unexpected
down
chance.
to? Paul? Technique?
101.
It has to be. Because, let's face it, he missed double top by a good inch left, then a good inch right.
He's trying to overcompensate, possibly.
54. Kevin, you require
We see that a lot
32.
on big numbers, don't we? They'll then compensate too much the other way.
Game,
Well,
shot,
the
and
compensation
match, Kevin Blum.
For Kevin Blommer is that he's got his first 2 points in his first game here at the MODUS Super Series. So he does what Martijn Dracht did in the first game, winning by 4 legs to 2. 83.94 is not a bad start. And 1 out of every 3 darts at double hit. That, again, not a bad start. And he has a platform to move with over the course of the day. When we come back, we'll have a very good contest for you in former world champion Christian Kist up against Peter Hudson, the man known as The Rock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Kevin Blommer seal a 4-2 debut victory against Philip van Hasse. Plenty of foundations for both players to build upon as the week goes on, that is for sure. Right, our third game of the session sees the former BDO World Champion Christian Kist in action. He takes on The Rock, Peter Hudson, and early on this morning I caught up with Peter. Peter, welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
Looking forward to it. It's been a long time in the making, so try and make the most of it while I'm here.
Seen you do some good stuff on the ADC tour recently. Where's the game at the minute?
It's better than it was. Sort of the last year or so, it's been not very good. So last 6 months, getting there. Not there yet, but we're a little bit better than we was.
What's your goals and expectations this week? Is it a case of taking it one game at a time, or have you got a goal in mind?
Well, everyone wants to win the week, but if you play your best, and hopefully the results will take care of themselves after that. So we'll see how it goes.
So you do some great stuff in your career, but how big an opportunity is this to play at the Super Series?
It's a big week, sort of to reignite things again, get things going again, and hopefully, if we have a good week, it'll sort of kick me on again, yeah? Hopefully it'll be good.
We look forward to watch you play. Pete, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, there were the thoughts of The Rock. And there are plenty of rocks in darts right now, but this is Rock Hudson, of course. And you don't hear of many dart players having the same name as a river. But this is a former world champion from Vromschop in the Netherlands.
That was a type of car.
There he is, The Rock, Peter Hudson from Eccles.
It's where the cakes come from.
Indeed, up in Greater Manchester. I wonder if he is a happy man today. I don't know who Peter Hudson supports when it comes to football, but he is supporting himself over the next few days. He'll be hoping that he gets Thursday and Friday off.
And he has lost an absolute ton of weight, hasn't he? Fair play to him. And works very, very hard on his game. A former tour card holder for many years.
First leg, Christian
And
to
on a few
Thoreau
occasions.
first.
Fine
Game
player. Got a serious high ceiling, but so has this guy. Plagued with injury over the years, hasn't he?
140.
You know, you think about sports people who maybe could have been so much better if it wasn't for things like injuries. Even someone as great as Ronaldo, the Brazilian
140.
footballer, he had bad injuries towards the end of his career, and ultimately it stopped him from playing anymore. But this guy, world champion at the Lakeside,
140.
and has been an excellent player. But I remember him playing at a European Tour event, and he was in so much pain that he almost couldn't play.
58.
But he had so much pride that he still played. It was a hard watch, but he got through it, and everybody rallied around him at the end
60.
and said, well done for playing that game. But he was in tears at the end because of the amount of pain he was in. It's just great to see him playing without pain. And I have to say, mate, playing well this year because he's been in 2 finals on the Challenge Tour. One of them he beat Scott Mitchell.
Also, this weekend,
70.
qualified for the European Tour, of course, in Germany. Went out
55.
to
Christian Uruguay.
Pascal Ruprecht in the opening round in a very tight match. Went all the way with Kiss losing 6-5.
That is a bad sign for Hudson, because when Kist is starting strongly
Peter to
for the 14 darter,
Game on.
maybe, just maybe, the bookmakers might have this right, because they have Christian Kist as the favourite. Remember, if you are having a gamble this week, please do so responsibly. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. But Kist, that style has not changed much over the last 11 years.
No, and he was very much a surprise package when he won that Lakeside Trophy. Unless you were heavily involved in the game, you certainly wouldn't have
95.
known about him.
It's one of the better nicknames in darts as well because of his surname. He's called Lipstick. You don't need me to explain
100.
And he hits the lipstick with great regularity.
I just wonder what the ambitions are of every player on this Group A campaign.
41.
Like Peter mentioned in that interview with Henry, obviously everybody wants to win the week. That's the immediate ambition, but maybe just getting to Saturday night is the ambition for some of the players here this week. We have a great mix of debutants
140.
and people who have been here a lot. We've seen a lot of Colin Osborne. You'll see more of him on Thursday and Friday morning. Or should I say
59.
towards lunchtime and into the afternoon now. Seen plenty of Ryan Finesse as well. Man from Salisbury will join Osborne in Group C, as well as local player Adam Lipscomb.
105.
Kist is putting Hudson to the sword a little bit here at the end of round 1 for Monday.
85.
Micro
Christian
signs of
Uruguayan,
negativity from
97.
Peter at the start, and Kist, you're not going to get much emotion from him, that's for sure. He is very much a poker-faced player.
57.
11 years ago now,
Peter
Paul,
Uruguay 120.
since he won that world title, 2012.
Oh, this is really good.
85.
That was a tremendous effort from
Christian
Peter.
Uruguay 40.
But Kist could still break him. And he
Game
does.
From the second leg, Christian Kist.
Very tidy. And that's what his game is all about. He's not explosive. He's not going to score a lot of 180s. But he is going to pick
Third
your
leg,
pocket
Christian
with some
to
tidy
throw
things
first.
like that.
Game
Yeah,
on.
well, that was very much the theme the year he won Lakeside in 2012. Beat Tony West in the opening round.
85.
One of his best performances came against Gert de Vos in round 2, where he won 4-2 with a 96-51. Then he defeated Alan Norris 5-1 with a 93.
140.
And then averaged pretty much 90 in a real tight one against Anki in the semi. And then edged out Tony O'Shea in another final
41.
defeat for Tony, 7-5, and averaged exactly 90. Which was pretty much his MO for the week.
100.
One of the great things about hanging around Peter on the tour for the last decade or so is that he was always with his dad.
35.
Sadly, he lost his dad a couple of years ago now. He was a lovely, lovely chap.
Yeah.
And I know that affected Peter a lot.
Yeah, it did massively, didn't it?
And I think the weight loss may have been
100.
something of as a response to that, to try and better himself, better his life. And I remember the first time I saw him after the weight loss, and I thought, that takes commitment. That shows you something about
80.
someone like Peter Hudson, like a Mark
161.
McGeaney. They're willing to make those sacrifices to make their lives better.
137.
And in turn
Christian
is-
Uruguay 160.
Well, he will put years on his career tops for a 160.
125.
Yeah, and
Peter Uruguay
hopefully he makes
24.
a return to the tour.
2 sixes for a first double of the day. And that's slightly awkward.
18.
Just kicking over to the left with that white flight, and all of a
Christian
sudden he had
Uruguay
something in the way of that
35.
double six, and Kist gets another chance for another 17 darter. And he
Game
does
on the third
get
leg,
that
Christian Kist.
18 darter and a 3-0 lead. And Peter Hudson is made to pay for those 3 misses
Fourth leg,
from
Peter
24.
to throw first.
Yeah, averaging over 92
Game on.
Kist here, 50% on his doubles. Certainly been more efficient in every department so far.
The good thing for Peter in this game is that he is
180.
constantly getting better as it goes on, but the clock is ticking on this first game of the week.
134.
Now, interestingly for me, and I reference Les Wallace a lot, you'll know about this lovely statistic, that Les won 2
85.
titles in his BDO career. One was the World Championship, the other one was the World Masters. And you think, if you're going to win 2 tournaments, they would be the ones you'd want to win.
Well, they're the 2
100.
biggest ones in the then BDO, of course.
If you think about the wins in that same system for Christian Kist, there have been 1,
100.
and it was the World Championship. He's represented his country at Europe Cup in 2012, the same year he was world champion, of course. He's won on the Challenge Tour in the PDC
140.
twice,
Uruguay
one time this year, one
136.
time last year. But the fact that he's only won 1 title in the PDO, and it was the premier title, it just goes to show
96.
what kind of a
Christian Uruguay
But if you-
enigmatic career he's had.
If you're gonna win one, make it the biggest one available to him, and that was it. And was the one that carried the most prize money then, of course, in the BDO, £100,000.
First leg of the day for Peter Hudson, and it's a very good one as well in 13 darts.
That very same year, and we mentioned Tony O'Shea losing in another final. It was the year Anastasia Dobromoslova lifted the title, defeating Dita Hedman in the final.
140.
Yeah, big summer of darts coming up for the MODUS Super Series. This is week 4, and we have plenty more qualifying weeks coming up before
95.
the Champions Week starts on July 31st, so mark your calendars for summertime darts here in Portsmouth. That is post-World Match Play. So once we have crowned a champion with the Phil Taylor Trophy, we'll definitely be all eyes on Portsmouth to see who becomes Super Series 4 champion to join the likes of Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith and Luke Littler, who have won titles here in the last year. Looks like Kist is going to get the win here. He gets his first 180, and he's averaging close to 100 in this first game of his week.
100. Christian, you require 136.
2 treble 20s and double 8. Not to be this time. Yeah, if you want to join us this Saturday or any other Saturday, head over to
25.
dartshop.tv, but be quick. Tickets this Saturday will be at a premium.
I was just about to say, was I being a little bit hasty in giving Kist a big advantage of getting the 2 points at a margin?
84.
He had a shocker of a visit in the last one.
111.
Only scoring 25 points. Double 17 and double top. And he's just ambling
51.
towards the line here instead of running towards it.
Yeah, he's trying to fall over it. 2 treble 20s, double 12. Oh. There's one of them.
Doesn't matter where you look, it's not in, Peter. It's amazing the little mannerisms that dart players have to try.
I think that was a bit of self-sarcasm, wasn't it?
I think it was. The whole thing might be gone now as Christian goes for tops, and that is a fabulous start to Group A from the poker face player from the Netherlands, because that average of 94.27 and 57% on the doubles, that is a message sent to everybody in Group A, because Christian Kist was the favourite with the bookies, and rightly so, looking at that result. When we come back, it will be Holland versus Belgium, Martijn Dracht against Philip van Gas. And that is the start of round 2.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Kate Nixon, Robert Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Christian Kiss is most certainly playing like a man the bookmakers have put as favourite to win the group. A 4-1 victory against Peter Hudson, a 94 average, pretty much ticking the ton for pretty much until the end of the game, and 4 out of 7 when it came to the double. So that is round 1 done and dusted. Round 2 sees Martijn Dracht in action. He's looking to make it 2 wins from 2. He takes on Philip van Hasse. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Really looking forward to seeing what happens in round 2 here, because we have seen Dracht, Blommer and Kist all get their first win of the week in round 1. Kist, the best performance, of course, 94.27 with 57% on the doubles. But Philip van Hasse, I'll get his name right this time. He is looking to reverse what happened against Blommer when he lost 4 legs to 2. But it was that scoreline that Dracht got against Kevin Painter in match 1. So what's going to happen in round number 2? Stay with us over the next hour or so to find out. With me, Chris Mason. What have we learned from round 1?
First leg, Martijn to throw first.
That certainly Kist and Hudson look to be the two who've settled the quickest, although Hudson defeated 4-1. He did average in excess
60
of 91, which is a good indication when you look at the other players. But I think we always, what's the worry is, we always say that the opening matches, especially those on debut, is, well, it's usually a couple of matches as a bit of a settler. But the fact that Kist and Hudson played so well, and Hudson on debut, of course, that's interesting.
I've actually seen on a couple of occasions players lose their first couple of games in Group 8 and still win it.
Yeah.
Now, if you communicate that to a player at this stage and they've lost their first couple of games, it will make them feel a bit more positive about what is possible. The kind of standard that you're going to need to win Group A. I'm just guesstimating here based on what we've seen so far and the knowledge that I have of the players that we have here in Group A. I'm thinking somewhere around 89.
I was gonna say that come Wednesday,
85.
I wouldn't be surprised if the running average of the winner is in excess of 90. I think it's going to take that kind of type of play.
65.
But I think in terms of importance of getting a win on the board, you would think of Philip and
140.
Kevin, of course, picking up a win already. So he's at that settler moment. He feels like he's in the competition now.
A lot of these Belgian and Dutch players,
140.
you might not think that they mix,
98.
but if you know something about Dutch and Belgian darts, is that they're constantly crossing the border to play in local darts together.
Yeah, well, right in the early 90s, then that's where I spent most of my time, was in Wales. I lived in Bristol, so it was literally just a dap across the bridge, and then the same. We
on the first leg, Philip
used to have a club called Pockets, actually run by Steve Brown's dad, Mark, and we'd always be over there, and it'd be full of the Welsh massive who'd come over, and the same when we used to nip over there to play in tournaments, and it's a very similar thing.
55.
We have just had an 18-dart break of throw from Philip. And believe me when I say that Martin Drach can play
96.
so much better than this. I just get the feeling that he might be quite similar to a young Dirk van Dijvenbode, that he might need that adrenaline push
60.
to get the best out of himself.
Yeah, I watched him when I went over and did the Euro Tour. I went to the host nation qualifiers on the Thursday, and I watched him quite intensely. And yeah, he can play, this kid.
58.
Well, this man. I certainly don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
It's a really interesting
100.
old school style throw that Philip has got, that extension of the arm back towards the cheek, and then the delivery's just got no violence to it. It's Barneveld in its nature, where it's just flowing beautifully.
134.
Yeah, it's something I've been trying to drum into Nathan Gervin, that he's just got to soften that throw, because
60.
when the release is a little bit aggressive, it doesn't come out the hand clean enough, and by that you lose the aerodynamic qualities of the dart, don't you? And it becomes tougher. But this is lovely and soft, and there's the result.
And Gordon Ramsay always says, let the knife
American
do the
War,
work.
79.
And Philip van Gassa is letting the dart do all the work. Well, that was close.
39.
Too close, and that would have been
Philip
off-putting,
Eurocard,
because
46.
his heart would have been in his mouth for a moment.
Double 16. Is that awkward?
14.
And it proved to be the case.
Martin Eurocard, 40.
Didn't make the required adjustment.
Game shot of the second leg. Martin
Instant
Drach.
break back, despite the max from Philip.
I've got to get
Third
something
leg,
off my
Martin
chest,
to
Mace, because
Thoreau
the
first.
moment
Game
I
on.
saw Philip van Gassa this morning, he reminds me of Hollywood actor Chris Cooper, who is a very famous actor for
84.
movies like The Bourne Identity, of course, one of my favorites, American Beauty, Seabiscuit. So we might have to make some horse racing
100.
puns throughout the week if he's on, but he is a spitting image for Chris Cooper.
He is. It was one of those when you said, look at this, I was like, oh, yes.
140.
Better to look like Chris Cooper instead of Seabiscuit, the horse itself, I
100.
guess. But wants to be a thoroughbred this week, that's for sure. Now, it is a bit of a marathon playing 15 games in 3 days.
140.
What makes it an even bigger marathon is if you don't win this group, you'll have to play another 2 days with the hope of still making Saturday.
140.
He is
Martin
warming up.
Eurocard, 137.
Concentration of those darts around that 60 bed are much better than they were in the first game.
97. Philip Eurocard, 161.
Another chance for a break, but it's a big ask. Doesn't get a shot at the bull. That was a fine try, though.
97. Martin Eurocard,
Martin with a bit of a
40.
half-hearted attempt at double top.
Game shot
In the last visit, but he's starting to warm up as well. He looked particularly cold at the start of this game, but he has got white hot all of a sudden with that 13 darter.
Philip to throw first. Game on.
Super lag.
Averaging over 90 for 3 legs, and after losing the first leg,
140.
being broken, the response has been excellent from Martin.
Well, we both suggested there would be improvements from their opening matches, and case in point.
100.
Martin averaged just over 80. Philip just under 85. They're both averaging into the 90s.
59.
Philip will be thinking, I'm playing so much better than my first game. I've raised my output by
59.
5%, and I'm still losing. But going back to the words of John Henderson, one of the best players to win here this year, this really finds you out,
126.
this format. It's a real marathon.
And it's how you deal with it, isn't it? It's like, well, not how you deal with the wins, they take care of
140.
themselves. It's how you deal with the defeats.
If you're used to playing lots of games in a day, winning titles like a challenge to a title, playing
83.
5 games in a day, it won't feel that hard. But if you aren't used to playing 4 or 5 games in a day, it will feel very tough.
Yeah, certainly towards the back end.
140. Philip Iroquois, 93.
Treble 19. Just misses the 42 for 32, so Dracht will be back at 62 for 3-1.
The 25 and bull on that shot is now
53.
unfashionable.
I know.
Martin Iroquois,
Like a pair of
62.
flares.
And in short course matches, I'd be using it all the time.
Double 16 for a 3-1 lead. It's far enough away. And he finds the top corner as well. A wonderful shot from Dracht. And all of a sudden, Van Gasse is in trouble again.
Fifth leg,
Well, the
Martin
response after the
Zurovers.
opening leg pull
Game
has got to
on.
be discussed because he's used 44 darts in 3 legs to take a 3-1 lead. Well,
59.
that's well in excess of a ton, isn't it?
I think it's pretty much on the number of that best average of last week from Matty Dennett of 101.9.
81.
So it just goes to show the kind of level that Dracht has. And he's maintaining that focus around that treble 20.
140.
And that snap in the throw is starting to become very consistent.
Crash that final dart into the treble 20.
100.
There's a nice pace about this game as well. It seems to me like the pace suits them both. Dracht, interestingly, did not go 18s first on that
56.
302 because he believes that he's going to get 9 darts from there.
I always use the cross-reference they
60.
say in boxing about styles make fights, when it's exactly the same in darts, isn't it?
I've just noticed something about Philip, actually. He's got his glasses on his shirt.
93.
So they must be reading glasses.
He's old school.
Somebody get that man a chain to put them around his neck.
45.
It's a bit like one of our
Martin
friends
Iroquois,
from
153.
Southern Europe, Josef Rukška, who likes to wear his sunglasses on his head when he plays.
97.
That's a good approach. It will be 56 for the match. And imagine his delight if he clicks that to have 4 points.
82. Martin
from 2
Iroquois,
matches.
56.
Third favourite at the start. And he's back downstairs instead of upstairs.
24.
And this is a big ask for Van Gasse.
133.
Yeah, it was certainly my pick away from the obvious being kissed. Well, he's going to put a bit of pressure
93.
on the double 16 for the match.
Martin Iroquois, 32.
1-4-2 in game 1. Is that awkward? With the flight in the way.
Game.
It wasn't.
Shot
And
a
it's
match,
4-1 to
Martin
Martijn Dracht, who did put in a spurt after losing the first leg of the contest. The average of 89.34 is where I assume the winner of this group is going to be after 15 games. But after 2 games, Dracht has got 4 points, and everybody's trying to keep up with him. Peter Hudson and Kevin Painter, the 2 English-speaking players in the practice room, will go head-to-head next. That will be game 5 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Martijn Drack double his winning tally for the day by getting the better of Philip van Hasse by 4 legs. So on doing so with an 89 average and 50% when it came to the doubling. Next up is Peter Hudson in action. He played well but was beaten by a very impressive Christian Kiss. He's up against Kevin Painter, both players looking for their first points of the day. Watching this one, Paul and Chris.
Thank you once again. And Kevin's had a bit of time since he lost that first game of the day against Martijn Drack. He has since seen Martijn double his lead at the top of the table with 4 points now. And Hudson, who did not play poorly in his first game, which he lost 4-1, will now look to keep that standard or indeed impress more on Kevin to get him off the mark to keep Kevin on 0. If that happens,
First leg, Peter to throw first.
it will mean that Van Hasse and Painter will be on 0 after 2 games. But this is maybe the part of the year where Kevin
100.
can fully focus on his darts because the football season's over. So no tweeting about Ipswich for about 8 weeks. So it'll be all quiet on the Western Front.
How did his team do in the end?
131.
I only focus on the Premier League.
I tell you what, it's a great story. Luton, isn't it? Top flight football, out of the Football League, and then back in it. And I've seen some amazing pictures. The away side's got to go through someone's garden, haven't they?
Yeah. Kenilworth Road is
old school.
An historic ground, that's for sure. But
140.
You may not get much in the way of Twitter action from Kevin about football over the next 8 weeks, but penny for the thoughts of our commentary colleague Chris Murphy today, who is a Sheffield Wednesday fan. And they're playing at Wembley today against Barnsley to get into the Championship. So good luck to the Owls and
it's
to everybody in Barnsley as well.
Incredible Wednesday made it at all.
84.
Yeah, 4-0 down. And then
I don't watch much football, but I watched that. That was remarkable.
Yeah, I think sport has been quite exciting over the last few days.
83.
Including that Saturday night win for Neil Duff, which I'm sure on Sunday morning when he woke up was just a huge sigh of relief, saying, at last.
30. Peter, you're going 123.
Well, Peter, is this as easy as ABC? Not quite.
I wonder if he will have
91.
Etta James playing
Kevin, you're requiring
at last all the way home on his earpods.
That's a beautiful first start from Kevin. That one is just about in. And that one is as well.
How many times do we see that, Nico, when the big number just about finds the other side of the wire and the tops bangs in?
But it's the reaction of the player, isn't it? Some players would have a facial expression that is very much akin to a whistle, as if to say, ooh, that only just went in. But Kevin didn't show anything there. It was in. He hit the tops. He moves on.
27.
Had he missed the tops, you would have seen a reaction, because Kevin is not a poker face player. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's why he's so watchable.
Yeah, I'd happily
96.
play him at poker for anything he wants. There's no way he's not giving me a read or a tell.
I do believe Kevin is wearing a couple of
60
commemorative badges today for charities. And that one on the left side of his collar is particularly vibrant blue, which I don't know what they're for, but I'll find out and we'll let you know what they're for a little bit later in the show. But he has got a bit of a tan at the minute. He's been abroad recently to
85.
make himself look a little bit more like Steve Beaton.
Yeah, he was over with my pal Yogi. I had some interesting
59.
videos sent me of them two together, enjoying a couple of cocktails.
I do believe that the Blue Flower is the
78.
Alzheimer's Society. What a fabulous charity that is. And the helicopter is for his local air ambulance charity. So
42.
well done to Kevin for doing what he's doing today to raise awareness for those two things. I love that sports people have the power to bring awareness to things like that. I myself have done a lot of work with the Salvation Army and Battersea Dogs Home and Cats, of course, where I visited recently and found out that Larry the Cat from Downing Street, that's where he started.
Oh, wow. Lovely story.
180. Kevin, you're requiring 170.
Yeah, I love the... You do it every year, don't you, for Battersea?
140.
Might as well give something back because dart
24.
players historically are not very charitable on the oche. And Peter is not charitable there. He takes the second leg. I expected this one to be close, and so did you.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought this was going to be
it's
a tough game for both. And for Kevin, on the back of playing Martine in match 1, I looked at this one in particular and thought this is... Even this early, this could well be a telling game in terms of group position come Wednesday.
Absolutely. And if you are a new viewer to the MODUS Super Series, thank you for joining us. If you aren't 100% sure about the format, 6 players in Group A, after 15 games in the first 3 days per player. The winner goes to Saturday night and will play in the finals. Positions 2 and 3 will go to Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And the bottom half, they will go to Group C, which will be from 1 o'clock Thursday and Friday. And more players will join those players in the final 2 days of qualification. So you may be right, Mace.
And the reward for finishing in 2nd and 3rd position in this Group A is a place in that Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night. That's only a 5-player field, and the top 3 qualify out of that. It's only the top 2 out of Group C, so a lot tougher. And this is going to be a tight group. These early wins may pay massive dividends later on.
There are certain weeks where you think that records could be broken. I'm not 100% certain that this is going to be one of those weeks. I think this is going to be a workman-like week where if you can put in lots of consistently good displays, you will pick up a lot of points. Fascinating. Didn't have to go with 19s.
No, I don't. In that scenario, I don't mind.
I think former England captain Martin Adams would have gone 39 tops, even if Kevin was on tops himself.
Yep. Yeah, I certainly think
85.
Man management of yourself is going to be a massive part this week. Not just managing the oche time, but managing the downtime. Back-to-back 17 darters for Peter.
And interestingly as well, his standard in the game that he lost in round 1 and this game so far, it's pretty consistent at around that 90 mark. And
100.
If you are looking for an outsider in this group, Peter Hudson might be that person because he's playing at a decent level that will worry a lot of these players.
Yeah, I rate Peter. He's a very, very good player. I think he's underrated, certainly by the odds compilers.
They have actually played each other a few times.
Painter was made favourite for this match.
I'm not sure about that.
No, 8-11. Even money, Peter Hudson.
57.
I would have had it either 5 to 6 either way or slightly towards Peter.
Yeah, I think a pick-a match would be more realistic.
One of the good things is that Peter has played Kevin a few times before and he knows his eccentricities, he knows his tendencies. So whenever there's a little bit of displeasure, he will know that that's just Kevin trying to squeeze the lemon for all it is. And he does have a losing record against Kevin. He's won 2 of their 5 meetings. Kevin, however, has won 1 of their meetings at Q School, 1 in a Players' Championship event, or 2 of them in a Players' Championship event. They've
60.
never played on a stage before.
Kevin,
this is the first time they played on a stage of any kind.
The wild one. Tops, great recovery.
46.
Only his second dart at a double in the match, and the first one he's missed.
Some of the facial expressions we're getting
81.
from these players already today
Kevin,
are
you require 40.
gift-worthy. If I'm going to talk like someone from Gen Z. Line was good, just lost the weight.
30.
And finds himself on a somewhat
Peter, you require
horrible-looking double
107.
five. He might not even get a look at it.
Well, now, I don't know about Gen Z, but Generation Daft, maybe. World continues to get
50.
more and more bonkers on a daily
Kevin, you
basis.
require 10.
I remember the days when Kevin Painter had a mullet. They were the days. Weren't they, Kev? Double
Game
five. That's a
for
beautiful
Kevin
dart.
Painter.
Didn't need the markers at all. And it's 2-2. He gives it the slow walk back.
Fifth leg, Peter.
The Conor
to
McGregor
Crawford.
walk.
Game on.
And it's best of 3 from here.
The modern day mullet, of course, is Danny Hansen, isn't it?
Yeah, mullets are back in fashion, but you won't catch Kevin Painter getting a
140.
mullet again.
Oh, same here.
Very much the short back and sides kind of guy, but he's always immaculate.
83.
That is one of the things about Kevin that I'll take to my grave. When people ask me about Kevin, first word that comes to my mind, immaculate. I've never seen him
99.
look haggard or disheveled. He always looks pristine. He's like a Clarice Cliff vase.
Yeah, shoes are always highly polished. The crease in the
60.
trousers is always, good. Cut paper. Yeah, always well turned out.
He once told me that
40.
young dart players these days, they like comfortable shoes. They like something with a bit of spring in them. And I asked him a personal question once. Why don't you try something like that, Kev, as you are getting slightly older? And he said, you know what? Good question, that. Because he doesn't like shoes
44.
where you can't twist your foot on a carpet. He likes leather-based shoes, which are very smart because sometimes he has a little bit of hip movement, and having the foot slip allows him to have freedom of movement instead of it hurting his joints. It makes a lot of sense.
Well, it may be no coincidence, but a lot of players who suffer with a bit of
58.
lower back issue
Peter Roy, 42.
could well be down to that. You know, in that hip area.
Well, 16 is the area for Hudson, and he
Game
finds the
from
top
fifth leg,
corner.
Peter Hudson.
A really good dart for a 3-2 lead, and Painter's got problems.
Well, he's winning legs in the match so far. A couple of
Six leg Kevin
17s,
to
and that was a
Crawford.
15 darter, a couple of
Game
180s, an average around that mark you anticipated, Paul, that whoever can sort of hold an average of around 90.
98.
Maybe the one coming out on top this week. Well, certainly in Group A.
There's a lot to admire about an 88 average. It's around 17 darts per leg, if you're looking for
59.
some sort of idea as to what it is. But 50% on the doubles, as well as that. With a couple of 180s in there, he's winning the key battles.
Well, we've seen 88s beat 98s. So
60.
it's just timing then, isn't it?
I always say that a 92 average can be anything, as long as you time every single shot right.
Well, that could translate
93.
into holding in 15s and just being slightly off the pace against the throw. But you're still forcing your opponents to find 12s to break you, a la James Wade.
86.
And he's not had a bad career.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Somewhat ironic smile at the board there from the artist. He does have the advantage here.
95.
But for how long?
Yeah, Hudson just keeping the pressure applied. Trying to force a mistake. Oh, that's gone in there.
81.
Nip one, pearl one.
I'm not even sure he knows how that went in. We'd need a slow motion camera to figure out how that went in. Almost defied physics.
42.
And that is music to the ears of Painter, because now he's got 6 darts from 176.
Going to need them.
Really wants to get himself into fighting shape, doesn't he, before
85.
that Senior World Masters? He'd love to get his hands on a trophy like that.
Yeah. Well, this has come at the right time for him. He's down at the Open Series events 3 and 4. Myself, Kevin and Jenks are
44.
meeting up on the Friday night for the for a practice.
91.
What could possibly go wrong?
That's half an England squad going for a practice. Double 15.
Game
That's
show
a
number
nice
6 by
recovery
Kevin
once again from the
Painter.
artist. It's going the distance. This is the first game today that goes to like 7.
7th and final leg, Peter, to throw
Next thing
first.
you're going to tell me is
Game on.
you're having a practice with Painter and Jenks. And then the likes of Steve Beaton, Martin Adams,
99.
That is the old England squad.
and some of the late great stars who are no longer with us are going to grace the presence of that practice as well. I remember the days of reading your name in Darts World
134.
and looking at who's in the England team. Well, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, well, I made my debut with the late, great Bill Nixon, of course, someone you know very well. No doubt looked up to.
85.
Just made the game so uncomplicated.
Yeah. Yeah, lovely, lovely fella. Sadly missed. Always will be.
123.
Who's the favourite now? It does depend on this dart from Peter.
100.
It's a good one. He is hanging on
Yeah.
to Kevin's coattails here. And Kevin does the right thing there. That was not a deliberate ploy from Peter. He just didn't get the dart out of the board pure. So resetting there. Good sign of experience. And look what's happening. Wonderfully done from Painter.
Wow, we were talking about timing, Paul.
180.
What a time to find your first max.
At the very last opportunity in the game. If you're going to get
100.
one, get it then.
Kevin, you're
Against the throw.
64.
Wants it badly, you can tell. That's not the end of the world. But is it the end of the match?
24.
It might be,
Peter, you require
but not the result that Kevin was
117.
wishing for. Look at Kevin. What's his expression after this dart? He
Game,
will not
shot,
believe his
and a
luck.
match. Peter
He's
Hudson.
stuck in that 180, but Hudson pounces after one missed double for the match for Painter. That was a thrilling 7-leg encounter and no reaction from Hudson, but he can be very, very buoyed by the fact that he has walked away with 2 points and Painter stays on 0 for now. We will close off round number 2 with Kevin Blommer and Christian Kist after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Peter Hudson got the better. Kevin Painter in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3 to reserve at 87 average and 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing, including that 117 to finish off. Right, next up for us, it's the final game from the second round of fixtures. It's going to see Kevin Blommer in action. He takes on Christian Kiss. Kiss, first time here at the Super Series. You saw him at the Live League back in Southampton, and this is how he got on the last time he was here. He didn't qualify for finals night, but overall, running average of 89.71, very, very impressive, and actually hit 28 maximums as well. So very impressive campaign. Wasn't enough to get through to finals. He'll be hoping to go one better and to make it to the Saturday occasion. He takes on Kevin Blommer here, and watching this one, Paul and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Well, I need to have a look back in the history books because that must have been some Group B to only finish 4th with an 89.71. But ironically, Paul, that was pretty much the numbers you were contemplating in regards of winning this Group A.
Yeah, when you think about what's happened historically in this competition over the last year, we would expect a weekly average of around 85 to 86. But if someone's going to impose themselves the way that Neil Duff did last week, getting towards that 90 mark is what you really want to do. Not everybody's going to play as well as a Barry Van Peer, because when he's played here in a weekly campaign, he's been over 95.
Yeah.
But then again, Barry Van Peer is probably the best player without a tour card at the minute. And he is sailing towards getting his tour privileges back at the top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. With that in mind, in the chasing pack is a certain Christian Kist in 3rd place.
And John Henderson, of course.
Christian's a small matter of about £7,000 behind Barry.
It's not happening.
43. 45.
Yeah, Barry Van Peer, it's only a matter of time. And I concur, he is in fabulous form right now.
We have been given the players from that Group B campaign
60.
When
Kevin,
Christian was here last.
38.
We had James Hurrell, the England captain. He won the group. And Kevin Blommer's won the first leg of the contest in 12 darts. Doing 138 the old school way. The 1983 way.
Christian to throw first. Game on.
Shades of 83, which, yes, I'm sorry to say, was 40 years ago. Moving swiftly on. The players from that campaign for Kist. James Hurrell won that group with 12 points. Paul Hogan got 10 points. We know how good the professional amateur is. Stephen Burton, who's on the tour now, very handy player from Ipswich. Kist on 6 points in 4th position.
95.
Just ahead of Danny Smith in 5th. That must have been a really good Group B.
Yeah. Was the last week of the forerunner to the Super Series, as it was then, of course, called the MODUS Live League. Fond memories.
The artist formerly known
77.
as... Well, Kevin started superbly strong in this one, giving Christian Kiss something to think about. But after 9 darts in the previous leg, he was on 138, only 284 here. So maybe a bit of encouragement.
It was a bit of an upset in
60.
the last match, as we mentioned, with Hudson, the even money outsider of the two against Painter. This one, Blommer was 5-4. Kist was the 4-7 favourite.
I made a little bit of a joke this morning about the fact that Kevin Painter and Peter Hudson were the only 2 mother tongue English players in the practice room. I get the feeling that Kevin's got nobody to talk to for a while because he's just been absolutely roasted with that 117 checkout.
64. Christian, your horn.
Christian's
44.
on Motown. Double top. And that is just so tidy. Even when he misses the tops, it's a well-thrown shot. and he uses the guide to perfection.
Curly
That was
Kevin to
really, really
Rovers.
classy.
Game on.
Never in doubt, was it? And the way he throws when he's on his metal, he can just make those
89.
tiny adjustments.
You and I love to look at a throw and see what it's all about. Look at
81.
Kevin Blommer and the upper body movement after the dart is thrown. It's very much a Kevin Painter style shift from right to left. But when you time it right, that's what can happen.
That's it. And then when you see a player that can sometimes struggle, it is all about that time. The timing's just slightly off. And we've seen him
60.
throw a couple of wild darts left and right, and that will be down to that timing. You see it side on. He sort of goes to face the camera that's getting the shot.
96.
The extreme example of somebody like that is Nathan Derry,
Yeah.
who looks pretty much like a sprinkler head when he's playing darts.
125.
Actually has a really good nickname, doesn't he? Slingshot.
136.
And it's caused because of the amount of shoulder that's involved, and it's
100.
the momentum of throwing the dart is making the body turn with it.
And then you've got Kist, who pushes the dart through the air and lets that bulbous barrel just
140.
carry.
Kevin, you require 36.
He's not known as a stacking player, but he's got a nice knack of doing it both ways, like Terry Jenkins
Kevin
can.
Blum.
And that's another really fine leg from Kevin Blommer. We're starting to see more of what he can deliver here, and he's averaging over 100.
Yeah, well, the note suggested that he is a very high scorer, and well, is it a couple of 180s, 3 scores of between a
60.
100 and 139, 140. His winning legs combined are only 25 darts, a 12 and a 13, and both legs at a 180.
77.
2 out of 2 on the doubles. And of course, the wonderful 138 to win leg 1. Kist in a bit of trouble here.
79.
Gonna have to find a break from somewhere, and if Kevin continues in this vein of quality on throw, he's gonna have to find a 9. We don't mind that.
190.
Well, that is 3 180s now for Kevin. And he's starting to put something together that
55.
really does prove the information that we've been given about him is true. I can't say I'm surprised because there are
57.
so many dart players in the Netherlands who you may not have heard of, who can play at such a high level.
80.
Coincidentally, he's won only £200 on the Challenge Tour this year, which just goes to show the levels
100.
of talent on that Challenge Tour. There are people around him on that order of merit, like Ryan de Vrede, who's played here, like Rob Collins, who's played here very recently.
100.
Justin
Kevin, you
Hood
are 87.
has got £200 on the Challenge Tour as well this year, and he's won a week here this year.
Yeah, that Challenge Tour, tough school.
Bullseye.
62.
Hit it earlier
Kevin,
on
you require 127.
in the day for a 170 approach, but doesn't get it here.
They see the ball this time.
102.
A little bit closer.
Kevin, you require 25.
The breaker throw here in a 3-1 lead. Gets the 9. 2 at double 8.
There's a little bit of thinking going on here from Kevin.
Game
And if he was
shot
feeling
by
at all
Kevin
anxious
Blum.
about that shot, he won't be feeling anxious now. That was a really good conversion for another good leg.
Fifth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $58. $97. $92.
Blummer's left himself one short of a perfect 6-star conversion. You know how much I like that, Mace.
You love that. Sadly, we don't see it very often, but when we do, it's the special.
There's only been one on this stage in the last year, and that was from Jim McEwen
57.
with that 180, 170 back-to-back. We're still looking for somebody to deliver a 9-darter that isn't called Conor Heenan.
55.
Seen the 3 balls not to win a match, and one of my favourite Chris Murphy features when he's in is on this darting day. Well, on this darting day 12 months ago was
94.
when we witnessed Simon Whitlock win a match.
I remember that.
On the Euro Tour, wasn't it?
It was incredible. I was sitting next to our good friend Jacques Newlat from the Netherlands.
100.
He was playing against Daniel Larson, Simon Whitlock, and we just couldn't believe that he'd be so audacious, but it's one of those things that he's done before in many tournaments.
Well, he did it. He flew back in on the Monday, went to the local tournament in Southampton on the Tuesday and did it again.
It is no fluke.
100.
And believe me when I say that this is no fluke. This has been an excellent display from Kevin Blommer. Double top. Thinks about it once again. He's on the cusp of beating former world champion Christian Kist.
40. Christian Uruguay, 89.
Got to go. Should get at least... Oh, tops. Well, that is a disaster.
29. Kevin
Not for
Uruguay,
Kevin.
20.
Double 10. And he will be on 4 points. It's now double 7. If he hits this double, he will be joint top of the table with Martijn Dracht on points and leg difference. And it looks a bit nervy.
6.
Too nervy.
Christian Uruguay, 60.
Thought about the situation rather than thinking about the double. Will Kist step in and make him pay?
50.
Just hasn't
Kevin
been there in
Uruguay,
the same
14.
fashion as the first game against Peter Hudson. Kist, who averaged 94 on that occasion, he's now only averaging 80.
Game, shot,
And he has lost the match. Blommer was firmly the better player. His average, however, did tumble over the last couple of legs by almost 20 points. But Christian Kist had no answer to the timing of Blommer in that contest. And after 2 rounds of matches, it is Blommer at the top with Martijn Dracht. And when we come back, we will start round number 3.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blommer has just got the better of Christian Kiss by 4 legs to 1. The former BDO world champion defeated. Chris Mason's up here on the balcony. Really, really impressive performance from Kevin.
Yeah, it was decent, and we've had back-to-back matches go against the odds, and certainly what we've expected to see, and that may be the nature of this Group A. I think it's very much a marathon. We say it every week, but this one is going to be a marathon. I don't think anybody's going to take control of the group.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following 2 rounds of fixtures of all our players. Martijn Drack, the only player to have won every single game so far, and improved as well, game from game.
Yeah, listen, we've seen him before. We know his credentials. He's been playing very well of late. Started reasonably slowly, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting how this plays out. I think we're gonna have a group where just when you think it becomes predictable, it will become unpredictable, because at the moment Kevin's not played to his best of his ability, and well, we saw what happened in the last game, an unreal 117 checkout from Peter Hudson to steal it in the end after a max from Kevin against the darts in the last leg. And Philip looked very good last time out, but went down 4-1 to a very good Drax, and I think that would be the nature of the field.
Today's kind of that sort of day where you can't win it on day one, but you want to try and put yourself in a good enough position to make a push on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday's traditionally the big day. You can really sort of find your position in the table on Tuesday, and if you're at the right end of it, then it's in your hands on the Wednesday, and that's what it's all about, where you are Tuesday night.
Thoughts on Christian Kiss? Came at the blocks really well. Maybe didn't see his best in the second game.
No, and I think that will be the nature of this field. You know, it's players don't have a tour card for a reason, and often that's down to not having a strong enough B game, and we've seen an example of that from Kiss there. You know, he went from playing very, very well in his opening match against Peter Hudson, beating him 4-1, to averaging in the 70s in game 2, and that's just what you've got to deal with, and it's how you manage that will determine your success in Group A.
It most certainly will. Well, the ADC is a big part of the MODUS Super Series in 2023, and one of the biggest parts of it is the Vault series of events. Now, there was plenty of events up and down the country. These are the winners from last week, and you may recognise 1 or 2 Super Series regulars in and amongst it. There's plenty of events there. You're going from the likes of, well, you even got one at Oxford City Football Club, who just won promotion to the National League, down in Bristol, and all the way up to the likes of Falkirk, where our friend Stephen Johnson picked up a title. Yeah,
exactly. That was great to see, and Mike Norton's been doing very well in the one down in Weston-super-Mare, and of course you can see Josh Richardson, a live league regular at Super Series. Conan Whitehead, of course, who was in action just Saturday night. He won the most recent Vault. Yeah, plenty of new. Willie Borland picking up a win. Gary Stone. Yeah, plenty of players putting themselves in with a chance of qualifying for a week here.
And for Willie Borland, the perfect preparations. We're going to see him in Group C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Right, our 7th game of the session sees Martijn Drack in action up against Peter Hudson. Just some thoughts on Peter's day so far.
Yeah, listen, he'd be pleased to have picked up his first win. He went down heavily in his opening match, as we said, and then to sort of steal it at last knock-ins in the final leg of the match against Kevin, he'll be very happy with that.
Well, let's get it on. It's our 7th game of the session. It's Martijn Drack against Peter Hudson. Chris Mason's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you once again, Henry. And when you're looking at that ADC Vault slide there, you may have seen the name Chisnell on it. But it wasn't David Chisnell, it was Jason Chisnell. So maybe there's another Chizzy on the horizon. I'm sure Peter Hudson knows plenty about Dave Chisnell because they're both from the northwest of England. This man is from the Netherlands. And maybe we haven't seen the best of him yet, but he is still at the top of the table. And like Chris Mason said with Henry just now, this is a bit of a marathon. And we are not even anywhere close to the halfway point.
First leg, Martijn to throw first. Game on.
This is about playing one game at a time, a bit like the Premier League, of course, in football. You don't win the title in November, you win it in May.
140.
And I suppose if we were to put some sort of chronological order on round 3 of Group A, that would be something like October or November of a
60.
Premier League campaign. But so far, so good for Dracht, who is 4 points from 4 and a healthy leg difference of +5.
59.
Game 4 saw him average 89. First game averaged 80. And I know from watching him, and yourself, Chris, we know that there's definitely a few more gears
60.
to go.
Yeah, there's some depth to his game, I feel, that's for sure. I think with Peter Hudson, sort of know what you're gonna get. Now I don't understand that, Nico. What's the point? You're not going for the 164. The chances are it'll hit a 180, so it'll
180. Maritime
just makes no sense.
164.
Well, that illustrates the point perfectly, because with that 180, Hudson is not on a finish.
Game
But
shot
he
of the first leg,
found the
Maritime
164 anyway.
I take it all back. I'm leaving.
That is incredible. I was with you on that. I thought, go for the 180.
Second
You're
leg
going to
Peter
get
to
6 starts
Rovers.
anyway.
Game on.
But the fact that he's taken out the 164 after that 138 just goes to show that he has got gears.
Well, it's for
47.
me, it's the effect of hitting the 180 as well. It sort of sends out a little message to your opponent. Would Hudson have hit the 180 had he just heard Danny McNamara
140.
call a 180?
Is this the round of play? Not just on Monday, but every day in Group A, where we would expect the best
97.
from these players, because they've had a couple of games to really get motored up and they're not too exhausted from their efforts.
Yeah, middle matches on each day. Or you've had 2 games just to find
60.
your feet, and you're usually sort of up to not your optimum level, but certainly very close in the middle matches.
In cricketing terms, they're in. They've been at the crease and they've got
82.
about 25. And if you're Virat Kohli, you're ready to swing the bat pretty hard.
Yeah, you're seeing the ball early.
I can't even imagine what it was like seeing that first ball from Curtly Ambrose. Just hope that it doesn't hit the
58.
off stump. Swing at it and hope. But at this stage of the day, they are very much in tune with what their capabilities are for Monday.
60.
And someone's going to have to go great guns to beat that 164. Check out this week. It was Bradley Rose last week, wasn't it? They got the 170, and it was Stuart White who got the best leg,
45.
10 darter.
Yeah, well, going back to that cricket theme, I was in the 90s invited to some charity do at the
43.
Gloucester Cricket Club, which is on Gloucester Road in Bristol, and a host of different people from different sports were invited down to face an over off of Sid Lawrence, a very
98.
famous cricketer and bowler, and they put all this stuff on me, and I said, what's all that for? The pads and pads on my elbows, crash helmet type thing, and I was like, this is a bit over the top, isn't it? And they all sort of looked at me and chuckled.
140.
I didn't even
Right
see
on
the
your
ball.
100.
I thought it was I could hear it. I couldn't see it.
Is Peter Hudson going to see 80 more?
In fact, I didn't get my bat near the ball,
No
and
score.
he
Peter
bowled
Warren,
me, and I
32.
don't think there was any stumps left.
Can Hudson stump Dracht? I don't think that Dracht made the right play in the last visit.
No score.
He gets a look.
Maritime
At
Euro
100.
Bar 100.
Did he bust that shot? Well. He should have gone 16s when he got the 20 the last time.
Game
And he's got
shot of the
himself
second
out of
leg,
jail in the
Maritime Draft.
weirdest possible way. And Peter Hudson can't even watch.
Well, he sort of really did that
Third
to
leg Maritime to
Kevin
Rovers.
Painter last time out.
Game on.
It's a 21 dart breaker throw, and well, I mentioned to Henry on the balcony, and it's something that me and you talk
54.
about at length. And the reason a lot of these players at their very best, they're all quite equal.
I think that's fair.
But they differ in terms of where their B
96.
games are. And the vast majority of people that either haven't yet held a tour card or have held one and lost one, not necessarily about their A game
60.
not being good enough, down to their B game.
If you look down the challenge tour order of merit these days, you are seeing an array of talent that I've never seen at the 2nd level ever before. I think there are 2 reasons for that. One, we've got more great players at the top, in the top 64 in the world and beyond.
58.
But secondly, the MODUS Super Series has made the 2nd tier of players better.
Absolutely. Which is why I'm,
117.
a strong campaigner of those that are on the have a tour card, but are even, outside the top 64, so 65 to 128.
96.
For one, it would help them financially, and another, it would just give them match time. If you go back to when you first started playing, and even then the game was sort of in a way better place. But how many times from making your
57.
debut on TV, how many times did you play on TV in 2 years?
Not many.
No.
Oh, how good is that double top from Hudson?
And for me, it just allows them just to get used to an environment and give them multiple matches to grow and learn so much about themselves. The one thing we've seen it from Jack Main, and we spent a lot of time with discussing the other elements of the sport, and Bradley Roos last week. The first thing he said to me after fart, I've just learned so much about myself, and that's where the Super Series is massive.
You think about the players that have graced this stage over the last 4 or 5 months. Barry Van Peer, Chris Landman, Christian Kist, who's here today, John Henderson, Cam Crabtree, Conan Whitehead, Andy Bolton, Thibaut Tricol of France. They all have one thing in common. They're all in the top 10 of the Order of Merit and the Challenge Tour.
And 70+% over the last couple of years of tour card winners at Q School had played frequently at here the Super Series or the then Live League.
58.
Well, in the next leg, I'm going to say something quite controversial, so hold on to your hats. But it's not my quote.
Might not have to wait long.
Oh, that'll do nicely. Dracht was getting fortunate and being very good in the first couple of legs, but he's been reeled in.
In this one match, we've seen evidence of the difference between A and B games from both in different spells.
No score.
Well, he's not going to be bitten by those misses, but plenty of facial expressions from the Rock.
58.
Double 18
Peter
will draw him
36.
level with his Dutch opponent. Can't miss this time. Things are getting sticky.
Yeah, that's why the players don't like double 9. And you can see he had 5 darts in this leg to level things up. Seeing
28.
him produce a 164 already.
120.
I think the better dart here is to get the 20 out the way.
Especially the way they set up.
Sometimes the flight is in the way, and this is really tricky.
100.
It's said flight.
Peter, you require 8.
This is the next door neighbour of double 18, which has cost him leg 4 already on 2 occasions.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
not
leg, Peter Hudson.
that time. A somewhat ironic celebration there from Peter Hudson, but the thing I was going to say
Fifth leg, Martine to
and I'm not going to name the person who
Game
said
off.
this to me, but I actually agree on some level. This person said to me that dart players are inherently lazy, but if you can give them a time to be somewhere, a board
100.
that is excellent to play on, you will get the best from them. And I have to agree with that.
Yep.
This is what the MODUS Super Series has done over the last couple of years. We have given players
140.
a great place to play, a reason, a motivating factor, albeit money and titles.
Yeah, it's a platform, but more for me,
58.
the more I talk to the players that aren't in that elite group, it's the listen. We're going through a cost of living crisis. They're no different. No 180 crisis at the moment for Hudson in this match. That's a third. They're finding things really tough to finance it, and it's all right. People say, well, they're not good enough. That necessarily isn't the point. If you're under external financial pressure, which most people are nowadays,
80.
trying then to win, to then be able to essentially afford to play in another tournament it's not a great
100.
mindset or environment for anybody to try and play in sport.
Yeah, the last time I checked, fuel and hotels were at a premium. 12 darter incoming, possibly. Hudson gets the 12 darter and a 3-2 lead. And yet again, these players are proving what Chris Mason is saying. We are seeing A-grade darts
Peter
and a little bit of C-grade in between.
Game on.
Yeah, there's no middle ground. I mean, the opening leg of the match, a 1-6-4 in 12. The end of leg 5, we've just had a 12 darter and a max from Hudson. In between that, we've had a 21 darter and a 19 darter. Go figure.
It's a bit like ordering caviar on toast, and then the next course is beans on toast.
100.
Yeah, them cheap Aldi ones. Burry beans.
I actually like those ones.
You've never been in an Aldi in your life. Not to buy food, anyway.
One thing I was going to mention about the darts of Peter Hudson is that they look like they've been hit with an Uzi 9mm. They've got so much in the way of detail.
They look like they should be some kind of tool you'd find in an engineering firm.
So intricate in their nature. And the grip texture on them must be quite interesting because there are so many holes and pockets in that grip texture. Thank you for the 180, Peter, because it gives us the zoom and it gives the viewers on YouTube the opportunity to find out what that grip texture's like.
Well, they've both got very light grips and they're both at the back of the barrel.
And they both hit 180s to leave bogey numbers.
For me, I think Hudson's a slightly better player when he just picks up the tempo and he doesn't try to be too measured.
Well, 86 away.
97.
From a really good win.
Yeah, and getting to 4 points as well. And taking his leg difference to all square. This would get him definitely in the fight towards the end of day 1. Interesting play. He doesn't get a shot at the bull now.
36.
Well, he's actually attempted to throw a wide single, and if you sneak the treble, it's a bonus. But he may pay the price. But he doesn't get a match-winning dart in this game. We'll look back at that, wow, risky play.
Don't you love it when you offer the fist pump to someone and they just don't want to do it? But sheer respect says, I'll do it anyway.
Can't leave anybody hanging.
100.
I've seen it on a couple of occasions.
I know.
I think Neil Zonnevel tried to do it with Peter Wright once, and Peter was having none of it.
Well, you could always try and give
134.
Vincent van der Voort a cuddle.
Yeah, Adam Gavlas tried that once. And so did Cameron Menzies.
Yeah.
Oh, James Wade, he's never one to shake hands or bump fists before a last leg shootout, because if he's got the darts, he's already throwing by the time you think of it.
Yeah, he's already in position. Well, Martin Dracht is in position to win a match that it looked like he was going to use, and Hudson denied himself a dart at the ball to win this match by a risky
96
play, and that's unusual.
Peter in the background was a picture of many emotions, most of them negative.
100.
And he needs errors from Dracht. And when it comes to the outer ring, there haven't been many in this contest. Look at that. 5 attempts, 3 hits.
59.
Look how many Peter's had in comparison. So he's had his chances, let's put it that way.
Normally, you would see a player that's had
99.
that many darts
Right
at
on
a
your
double have a lower average, but as it
106.
is at the moment, it's Hudson with the higher average, 91.18. Maybe all in vain. Ooh, or can he do what he did against
98.
Painter?
Peter, your corner 100.
Pull one out the fire.
Well, Kevin will be saying right now, well, you did it against me, pal. You didn't do it against him. It looks like Dracht may
38.
get himself over the line here. He's put himself in position after 5 visits
8.
with the darts here in leg 7. He only has one more job to complete. And that is the job completed. A fine, fine victory, but ultimately the most important dart of that match was when Peter Hudson did not secure a single 18 for a shot at the ball for the match. He paid the price and does get his second defeat out of 3 games today. Dracht, excellent on the finishing and a very decent display overall. When we come back, it will be Philip van Gasse up against Christian Kist.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and Martijn Dracht has made it a hat-trick of victories as he gets the better of Peter Hudson by 4 legs to 3, including 2 ton-plus checkouts en route. It was a case of scores for show, doubles for dough. Peter Hudson 4 maximums, but 3 out of 12 when it came to the doubling. Next up for us then is Philip van Gasse up against Christian Kist. Watching this one in the commentator box, here's Chris and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Well, Martijn Dracht, it's no surprise, especially to me and Paul, to see him out on top, 3 from 3. Great start to his campaign here at the Super Series.
Yeah, superb indeed. 3 wins from 3. You would definitely take that. As for Kist, he will be very happy with 2 wins from 3. Really regressed in round 2 compared to what he did in round 1. Averaged just a shade under 80 in that 4-1 loss to Kevin Blommet. But now he takes on the Belgian, Philip van Gasse.
Well, he is the perfect. That's the perfect example of what we were talking about in the last
81.
game. His opening match, 94-27 against Hudson, who played well himself, 91-27, and then in his very next game, 79-96.
45.
Just to give you an indication of the consistent levels of Kist this year. Before he played this morning, he'd played 110 recorded
60.
matches, averaging 88.01. And when you consider what we're expecting from these players, that's what I would
60.
expect from Christian. So if
Well,
he,
a much shorter sample than that. We've seen his Super Series campaign stats, only a point higher,
140.
but a much smaller sample.
so does that prove to us overall what kind of player Christian Kist is?
Solid and
60.
steady away. There's not too many. Well, there was an example of a big variable in terms of performance,
24.
but overall, we expect him to be. Well, I think you spoke about it, that range.
130.
You know, and it's sort of good. It's sort of his range is between 85 and 95, and then he'll some ways land about in the middle.
100.
So it's, you know, sort of a 10-point swing.
Wouldn't mind one in the middle right here, and he gets it.
170.
Second 170 approach you've seen today.
196.
That changes the dynamic of this shot for Philip. He can't take the 96, so full credit to Christian Kist, who
56.
put the pressure on, and it told.
32.
Double 16. Doesn't have to move. Oh,
Game
boy, what a
over
dart
for
that is.
Christian Kist.
That's the sandwich filling right there. I wasn't sure that he could see much of that double
Second
eight.
I
leg
think that was
Christian
done
to
more
throw
by
first.
feel, wasn't it?
Game on.
Yeah, Philip had a 170, didn't he, a little earlier in the scoring phase of a leg.
117.
Highest finish of the day came in a previous match, a wonderful 164 from table topping Martijn Dracht.
45.
If we are looking at Christian's record once more, if you look at his win percentage since the 4th of January, which is technically the day after the World Championship and the start of the season again, his win percentage is 69%. If he can replicate that in this group, that would get him to around 22 points, which is possibly a points total that will win this group. I say possibly because I have seen Jacob Taylor in the previous series lose Group A with 22.
Yeah, it's a rarity, and I just think this is. This group's
55.
got this kind of feel about they're gonna beat each other with regularity over the course of 3 days.
105.
Whatever was going wrong in the previous game seems to have been forgotten. And that is good news for Kist. But he's sticking around.
190. Christian, you are 57.
It's his turn to put the pressure on in the best way possible. Does it tell?
47. Philip, you're
Wasn't a million miles away. The double 10. Double 16. To hit straight back.
Oh, now he gets the unfortunate
Christian, you
deflection.
require 10.
Very much unlike a shot he had earlier, which did cascade off the flight into the double. And that's exactly what that one does for a 2-0 lead for Kist.
He's so good at that, isn't he? He did it on tops.
Third leg Philip to throw first.
Just a little shake of the right wrist and right hand there. I'm always looking at Christian to see how he feels.
41.
He's almost like someone you want to have on the bench if you're a football team, but you only want to give him 10 minutes.
A super sub.
Yeah. An impact substitute.
100.
He's followed the trend of when you win a world title, you put a star on your shirt. I was like Scott Mitchell's, you know, he put it on the dog collar on the back of the
60.
shirt. You can't miss the star from Christian Kist. You don't need a telescope to find that one. I can see that he's left his flights in the hamster
100.
cage again, though.
Couldn't be having that. My OCD would go off the scale.
Drives me mad.
And I was watching the Euro Tour yesterday in Chizzy,
81.
and one of them was slightly bent, the flight, and I was, no way, they got to be perfectly symmetrically spot on.
You would have hated
100.
Hannes Schneer of Austria back in Graz at the beginning of the month. He had 3 moulded white flights and they were all curved.
Oh no, it's like the ones that they have and they're slightly flat and squashed.
100.
We saw earlier on a graphic that Philip van Gasse has darts with Peter Wright's name on them. They look like a set of darts that
100.
Peter might have thrown once.
He obviously didn't use them for any length of time because I can't remember them. I've pretty much seen every variable that Peter Wright has used.
He's over in New York
77.
right now, getting ready for
Christian
the
Roy 101.
US Darts Masters.
Yeah, good to see him pick up a title recently as well.
Old school 101.
61. Philip Roy 142.
What a week for Rob Cross, picking up a Pro Tour. A week later, picks up a Euro Tour. He's going to be dangerous for the rest of the season, is Crossy.
Yeah, he's got everything now, hasn't he?
80. Christian Euro
Big majors,
40.
World Championship, World Series, Floor and Euro Tour. He's got the lot.
Christian Kist.
And Christian Kist has got the lot so far, making very short work
Forte Christian to
of Philip van
Gasse.
Gasse, and he's averaging 88 again.
Playing to type.
If there were 10 levels
100.
of computer darts, what level is Christian Kist?
10 being the highest level.
Correct.
6.
60.
There you have it, folks. If you want to beat Christian Kist on a computer, you've got to get up to level 7. You can see those barrels are very much weighted towards the front.
135.
Not pronounced like a Dennis Priestley dart or a Tony David dart, but somewhat tapering out towards a very heavy portion.
60.
Well, they use that to throw against, don't they?
Yeah, so the fingers don't slip against anything. I think it's a very clever piece of technology, actually.
96.
Yeah, I tried it with Red Dragon, and we put a slight scallop in the dart many years ago.
140.
Van Gasse is averaging 82 in this
170.
contest, and he might not throw another dart. He will now.
May only be 3 more, though, Paul.
34.
Christian might need only the 1 to finish off another display, which is very much like what he did in round 1,
36.
where he averaged 94.
Game, shot.
And guess what he's
and
averaged this
that's
time?
Christian Kist.
Very close to 94. In fact, 93.94 is even 16 darters for that contest there. Unspectacular, but really steady and very hard to beat. That's what Christian Kist is all about. And with 40% on the doubles, that is very much like what we saw from Christian a little bit earlier on. To close out round number 3, it will be Kevin Blommer up against the other Kevin.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
board 2, Kieran Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yep, tickets available for every single Saturday night in this phase at the Super Series. Dartshot.tv, the place to be to go and get them. Before the break, we saw Christian Kiss seal a 4-0 victory with a 93.94 average against Philip van Hassa. 4 out of 10 on the doubles as well. That puts him on to 4 points. Next up is the battle of the two Kevs. Both of these looking for their first win of the session. Watching this one in the commentary box, Paul and Chris.
Kevin Painter is back at the hockey now for the end of round 3, and just like that, Kevin Blommer will be his opponent in the 9th game of the day. And how things have been speeding along on Bank Holiday Monday here in the United Kingdom. But Kevin needs to speed up to get himself in the race. Only Van Hassa is alongside him in being pointless so far. And in fact, Chris Mason, did you know that Kevin Painter was indeed pointless once?
First night, Kevin Painter to
He was.
throw
He
first.
was a question,
Game on.
wasn't he?
He was. Competitors in Premier League darts on a famous game show, and he was a pointless answer.
57.
Well, he wouldn't want to be pointless after this one, but this is going to be a tough game for Painter. Blommer
78.
unbeaten in his 2 previous games. He defeated Philip 4-2 with a
41.
84 average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. And then defeated Kist, who we've just seen perform very, very well.
139.
The average just shy of 87, 4 out of 12 on the doubles again, a 138 finish and 3 180s.
Kevin looks pretty displeased with his game so far today, and we have seen the first equipment
53.
change. Now, to me, it looks like just the flight has been changed.
Yep.
But it's those particularly spiky kite-shaped flights,
Yep.
which you do not want
60.
to get too close to your skin because they're very sharp.
Well, the problem with them, and any type
60.
of these small flights, is they're very unforgiving. They're an old flight developed by Unicorn that they don't make anymore.
83.
Pretty sure they were called a Sigma back in the day.
That's right.
96. Kevin, you require 100.
He has used these recently to some effect, so they're not a new thing. But what worries me is that when he loses, he's almost saying, well, surely it's got to be the kit.
93.
I think when it comes to the game against Peter Hudson, it wasn't the kit. It was just he missed one shot and Peter hit one shot, and that's just darts.
Yeah, sport.
94. Kevin, you require 48.
But he's just got to watch, because that negativity will feed amongst the players, and they're like piranhas. They will smell blood.
32. Kevin, you require 100.
This would cheer him up. Stay on the 60. I like the 60 there because the marker was
Agreed.
beautiful.
Especially for him, the way he works around the red bit. Is he going to find himself a breaker throw down? And he does very early. 20 dart breaker throw in the end.
I wouldn't apologise to Kevin Painter,
Kevin Blum to
Blommer, because
game on.
That's just going to poke the wolf.
Putting a big sharp stick into a big angry bear.
Yeah, just keep your own little zone on the stage.
Yeah, Kevin has an exclusion zone all the way over there.
Yeah, don't burst the Kevin bubble.
46.
I think that's one of the things that they always say that you got to play the board, but I do subscribe to the notion that you do have to play the player sometimes. And with Kevin, you've got to understand his tendencies and just.
Yeah, well, the way I would, when I would see negativity and I'd get that feeling, that's when I'd play the player, because I would try to input even more misery by doing things I know that would annoy them. Like, you know, if they're absolutely negative and I got a chance at the ball and they're on 1-5-2, I'll let a 10 or an 18. I know that'll just absolutely make them spew even harder.
At the weekend, we saw in European Tour action, Ross Smith drub Steve Beaton 6-0, and in his own words, he said, "I didn't enjoy 1 minute of that." That's the exact opposite to playing someone that you want to craftily beat. I myself, when playing Steve Beaton, just found it really tough to celebrate against that, and I felt sick afterwards. But when you see an opponent that has the experience level of Kevin Painter, and you can see that he's struggling, you've got to be merciless.
Yeah, I played Steve in the Grand Prix many years ago, and
Kevin, you require 89.
Was in absolute control of the match. And when it started to go wrong, I just couldn't generate that spite I felt like I needed to really turn the game around.
73.
And even afterwards, I couldn't even find a way to dislike him.
Yeah, I think Steve's going to be feeling pretty bitter about the weekend because he's a Coventry City fan.
25. Kevin, you require 16.
We still love you, Steve. 4-4 for Blommer in the Kevin Derby.
14.
A chance for Painter to get level.
Kevin, you require
111 for 1-1.
Ones and twos everywhere. Ooh, misses the 51.
91.
But didn't just throw the last dart away, because this is absolutely no gimme, as we've seen in the past. One up, one in.
Game
straight in.
Kevin Blum.
No fear whatsoever. And improving in increments of one. A 20 darter followed by a 19.
Game on.
And he's just apologised again.
44.
Obviously, Blommer has not watched Painter for the last 25 years. But this is the ideal scenario if he wants to keep up with Martijn Dracht at the top of the table.
140.
Yeah, the only two unbeaten players as it currently stands. Dracht with 3 from 3.
135.
And they're scheduled to meet in game 11. That is not far away. So imagine the confidence levels of the two players, if indeed
100.
they are to meet in game 11 and both undefeated. Kevin Painter, however, he has a game with Philip van Gassen in game 14, and he does not want to be in that game without points.
135.
No, because by that point, he will not be in a good headspace. Already exuding frustration.
57.
You've probably seen the same kind of movies that I've seen, Mace. And I look at Kevin Blommer, and he reminds me of the kind of person you'd see in a 1960s FBI movie. You know, stick him in a black suit with a black tie and a white shirt. And he'd look like a 1960s federal agent.
45. Kevin, you require 132.
Not a classic by any means, and Painter is just trying to change things for the more positive. And that's why, even with
64.
Blommer on 159, he was going for an accelerating shot.
Yeah.
Something that would just make him feel better.
Something to get that adrenaline and dopamine pumping.
150.
And it's even harder to do that when
Kevin,
your
you
opponent
require
is giving you
68.
nothing. If you were playing Stevie Johnson from Scotland, he would give you plenty of it.
Yeah.
36.
Good
Kevin,
to
you
see him
require
as well, winning
44.
another Vault Series. I enjoyed his time down here, I have to say.
Did you see the name Chisnell on that list? And it wasn't Dave Chisnell.
They related?
Gotta be.
Game
It's
shot
3-0
number
Blommer.
Kevin Blum.
And this time, no apology.
Well, my suggestion of increments in
Fourth leg,
one in
Kevin
terms
Blum
of
to throw
improvement
first. Game on.
continues. 2019-18, wins it with a 17 on throw.
140.
This is live, folks. This is live. We're good, but we're not that good.
Right now,
60.
Kevin Painter is thinking, I ordered a cup of tea and someone's put salt in it. Because that's exactly how he's feeling. He's feeling sick at being 3-0 down after losing 4-2 to Dracht
58.
and 4-3 to Hudson. Two narrow defeats may be followed by a game where these flights might find themselves in the bin after this.
60.
Might not want to throw them in the bin if they're not made anymore. Might save them for later. Actually, that reminds me of when Alan Warren Little was with a specific dart company and they stopped making his
99.
beloved lollipop stems and he had to go to something different, didn't he?
Yeah. I think he was with Data Dart then?
Data dart, yeah.
59.
Oh, this one is nearly all over. And the woes continue for KP. This will be driving him nuts.
60.
Nice. See what you did there.
I get the odd one in, Nico.
It
Don't
would have
worry
been a
about that.
great, great endorsement deal for
Yes.
Kevin through the years.
I know.
I can imagine it now. Someone's walking up to Kevin saying, "Are you
134.
nuts?"
Kevin, you require 144.
And Kevin just says, "I'm Kevin Painter." Another. A double 12.
Game
That is fabulous
shot
from
and a
Kevin
match,
Blommer.
Kevin Blum.
And we didn't get the 17 darter to finish things off because the fourth leg was better than that. It was 15 darts. A really good, solid game with his best leg and best finish and best visit of the contest right at the end. And that ensures that he is undefeated before he plays against Martijn Dracht in a couple of games' time. Before we get there, we will see Peter Hudson up against Philip van Gassen, still looking for his first 2 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blommer has got the better Kevin Painter by 4-0, finishing off a fantastic 1-4-4 checkout. Kevin Painter now with 3 defeats from 3. Right, next up for us, it is Peter Hudson in action up against Philip van Hasse. And watching this one in the commentator box, it's Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Peter Hudson will look to bounce back after a 4-3 defeat to Martijn Dracht. His opponent here will be looking to bounce back from back-to-back defeats, Paul.
Yeah, very much so. His last performance against Christian Kist, he was done to 0. And that was the case for Kevin Painter in the previous match as well. So we're maybe on a triple bagel if someone can win 4-0 here, but I'm sure this one will be a little bit closer.
Well, we're starting to see... Well, I'm going to ask you the question. Are we already this early? And I don't like to go this early, but is this group beginning to get separated into 2 mini groups?
It seems to be the case, and the person to stop that is Peter Hudson. But even if he wins this game, you're starting to see separation between 4 players and the bottom 2. And
60.
You talked to Henry earlier on today about how you just want to be in the reckoning on Monday, put yourself in position on Tuesday, then strike when it comes to Wednesday. And we've seen many, many times
97.
People who get only 2 points or 0 points on Monday, they're already out of it.
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's not. You can't win it on the Monday, but you can certainly put yourself in a world of trouble. And I think we're beginning to see. Well, we mentioned it with in terms of Kist, where his level at, and I think with all the players now, we're beginning to see where their levels at. And for Blommer, right, his finishing 4 out of 12 in match 1, 4 out of 12 in match 2, 4 out of 12 in match 3. So that's what we know in terms of finishes. He's 1 from 3, isn't he? His average is 86, 87-ish, which is, as we said before, that's handy enough to be competitive against someone averaging mid-90s.
And John Henderson, when he was here in week 12 of
82
Super Series 2, he didn't play his best stuff until Saturday.
Yeah.
He just got to Saturday and saved his best for last. Competitive nature, first few days of the week, do enough, and then
60.
Hit the button. Hit that big red button and shoot forward when it comes to the important time on the Saturday night.
I'm very much of the thinking that in Group A,
81. Peter, you're
at least across the opening 2 days, you've got to win 3 of your 5 matches. That gets you on a minimum of 12 points going into the Wednesday, and then you'll pretty much know whether you've got to go 4 from 5, 5 from 5, or maybe
80.
even 3 from 5. Very unlikely, but if you're going into the final day and you're on 8 points, then
Peter,
you ain't winning
36.
Group 8.
Yeah, you're playing for position into another group potentially. Double 18 for Hudson.
Game shown on the first
Well,
leg.
that
Peter
double
Hudson.
cost him big in his previous match, and he's got his revenge in taking the first leg of this one.
Second leg, Philip to throw first. Game on.
It's a really tough scene that Peter Hudson comes from.
Oh, yeah.
That Manchester scene of So many great players
100.
right now. The likes of Sean Griffiths and what seems like a lot of Chisnells. And Manchester's not far from the likes of St Helens and Liverpool and
83.
Wigan.
Yeah, you would know all them players very, very well. They play in similar Super Leagues. And
Absolutely. And Bolton as well is absolutely littered with players like Lisa Ashton and Joe Mernon, who's on the tour.
180.
The strength in depth in certain parts of this country boggles my mind. I think of Newcastle,
Stoke.
I think of Stoke, of Manchester, Bristol.
100.
Kent at the minute is flowing with players. Not to mention a certain county of
60.
Hampshire where we are currently sitting. Lots of pros, lots of second level players, and they are always playing against each other week on week.
yeah, that local tournament down here at the Phoenix Club, that's
140.
super
Philip Your
competitive.
160.
Not too many places you walk in and see Simon Whitlock on a Wednesday night in a random club in Portsmouth.
58.
Can't
And I do love that about Simon.
He loves it.
Yeah. He's been playing some really good stuff of late as well.
Yeah.
Philip Your
I wonder how he's doing with his points ahead of the rule change of 2024. Double 19 for Hudson after
65.
a wonderful
Peter Your
approach shot
38.
and the miss from Van Gassen. Interesting play.
6.
For me, the right play. If it's
Philip
blocked,
Your 38.
why not just give yourself an opportunity to dart an open double? Double 14. Mensa territory.
On the second leg, Philip Van Hasse.
Makes him look very clever, doesn't it? Going the Mensa way.
Hey.
Third leg, Peter to throw
Good
first.
work, Mikkel. Welcome back.
Game on.
He's going to make you wait, is Peter. Every now and again, he just likes to take a few extra seconds. He's got a lot of experience. In fact, I don't know whether you remember, Mace, the first time that Peter made his presence felt
120.
was when he was a qualifier for the UK Open, and he beat a few people on his UK Open debut, and he was celebrating wildly.
140.
Because if you remember, that was in Bolton, just around the corner from where he lives.
Yep.
$59. $60.
I've just been told, actually, about last week's event in Southampton, which is, of course, still in Hampshire.
100.
And the amount of people who have graced the Super Series and beyond who were there, it makes for a who's who of darts around here. It's incredible.
30.
You're talking about Jared Cole, Simon Whitlock, Adam Lipscomb, who's playing this week, Scott Walters, Ryan Finesse, who's playing this week, Scott Mitchell, who's from Dorset, of course,
95.
just down the road, Chaz Barstow. This scene has been bolstered by the MODUS Super Series coming to this area.
Well, Luke Littler won
58. Peter Your 127.
Group A and decided to go there on the Wednesday night and win that.
That's just greed. Nothing wrong with a bit of greed in
102.
darts, is there, Peter? Going for the bullseye on that shot when your opponent's not on a finish. You hit it, you feel like Goliath.
47. Peter Your 25.
Went the Johnny Clayton way. Going for the bullseye when he didn't need to. And Johnny Clayton is the best in the world at converting 25. Just like that.
On the third
For a
leg,
2-1
Peter
lead. That's
Hudson.
18 darts for Peter Hudson. Just feels like Van Gassen is starting to
Fourth leg,
struggle
Philip to throw
with
first.
constant defeat today.
Game on.
His average is below 75.
60.
Strikes me as a very experienced kind of player that's not going to give a great deal away. But you do sense that he's
49.
a little bit bedraggled by what has happened so far here on Monday. It's a very, very tough thing to get points in this format. I wouldn't know. I've never played in a Group A, but the man to my left has.
45.
Yeah, it's one of those that you really have got to just mentally almost
135.
accept you're not going to win every game, and you just got to, I just literally broke it down to, on day one, right, I got 5 individual matches, and I worried not about the table, and then the same on the Wednesday. I just thought, right, just break it down. It's 5 individual matches, and I talk about a lot, very much the reset attitude on
55.
the Thursday and Friday. I thought, right, that's it. Then I've had me practice. Now it's time to sort of try and do something. Obviously, if I'd have been in contention in Group A, then it's a different mentality.
Just been looking into the history books, actually. It was 2010
92.
when Peter Hudson made his UK Open debut.
116.
I was just looking for the very same thing, Nico.
Great minds think alike.
76.
Now, 170 here
170.
would be very handy indeed. And they always feel a little bit better when your opponent's on a double. Just gives it the pause again. It's not in, Peter. It's not in. Contrary to what Henry likes to say. Because when it's in, he says it's in quite a few times. Double 10. Oh, that's really, really close.
Peter War 72.
It was audible, that inside wire. Double top.
32.
And it was almost pain for Philip.
Philip, you require 10.
Finds the double 5. He's not going to be bageled this time. Philip van Gassen does draw level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Peter to throw first.
It's a tough game for Hudson, this one, because he is, for me, the far superior player. And being involved in a tied game right now, he'll feel quite, well, not cheated by that, but he'd be mystified.
Yeah.
81.
Take a look at Hudson's angle of entry. Nice and clean, straight. No real deviation. That tells me he's got a nice clean release.
Same sort of entry angle here for Philip.
140.
But there's a little bit of deviation at the end. They seem to kink a little bit right, as opposed to these ones going in much straighter.
81.
You can see they're going in at a slightly different angle when they get to the board.
60.
And in a funny sort of way, that's exactly the same way as Peter Wright would do.
Yeah. And it's interesting, when you see we don't really see that angle
140.
in a lot of the TV darts that we see, but if you actually looked at from this angle when you would watch, say, a Stephen Bunting who stands to the right, the darts don't sort of straighten up. They're actually on that angle, and he uses that to his advantage. Sort of throws across from right to left most of the time.
96. Philip, you require 80.
I did try Stephen's darts once. I think my response was, how do you throw these things? Double top.
45.
And what is it about that shot today?
79.
We've seen shots wildly missed right and left on that double top bed. How about Peter's shot at tops?
39.
wildly high.
Yeah, wildly over the top.
35.
This is for a breaker throw and a 3-2 lead.
I didn't see this coming.
No.
19.
And it might not be coming.
Peter, you require 40.
Hudson is hanging on. Shaking his head before he goes for the double. That's an interesting play. Maybe a little bit of reverse psychology there from Hudson, who does take the 5th leg eventually.
He made his debut 2010 in the UK Open. Lost
Six-leg
in
Philip to throw first.
round 1 to Dave Smith.
Game on.
And came back in 2011. Defeated Steve Evans. On the main stage that day, players
140.
like Scott Rand. Wayne Mardo's still playing. Mark Hilton. Klassen John Bowles. Defeating Peter Manley.
96.
Wadey against Davey Dodds.
2011.
Yeah.
That was a good year, that.
That was a good year.
That was good fun.
41.
Yeah, I remember John Bowles had a great tournament. I think he made the last 16. He lost to Dave Chisnell. And that tournament, Mark Hilton made the quarterfinals.
He did. That was his big breakthrough, wasn't it?
Still trying to figure out how he was so good with that technique.
41.
Conan Whitehead was actually playing. He won his first round 4-0 against Charlie Cooper.
You're just like me. You love to go down the
96.
old rabbit hole of the history books.
Richie Howson, Matt Edgar, both getting wins on that day.
Yeah, Matt Edgar, the winner of a tournament in Iceland
Peter
in the last
129.
couple of months. Peter Hudson might be the winner of this match in the next 2 darts. Double 12.
117.
Safe to say that one wasn't close, but he will come back for double 6.
Yeah, Hudson then beat Magnus Carris 4-3.
I remember that one because he gave it large to the crowd.
83.
Yeah,
Everybody got involved.
It was on the main
12.
stage, wasn't it?
It was. Made Magnus feel sick.
Game.
And he's
shot,
made Philip
and
van
the
Gasse
match,
feel sick
Peter
as well,
Hudson.
because that is now 4 defeats for the man from Belgium. He will only have one more chance to get some points on the board for Monday, but Hudson joins the party on 4 points with Christian Kist. And before we go any further in our schedule, it's going to be a battle of the undefeated players when we come back as Blomme takes on Dracht.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Peter Hudson got the better of Philip van Hatter by 4 legs to 2, finishing off with a 13 darter to cap off an impressive performance. Right, next up for us, we're going to see Martijn Dracht in action. He takes on Kevin Blommer in our next game. Let's have a look at some of Martijn's stats then from the last time he was here. So we saw him finish 5th in Group C, running average of 85.07, 20 maximums in there, and a checkout conversion rate of just under 40%. Some impressive figures, but it wasn't enough to get him through. But if he carries on in that kind of vein, and carries on in the vein that he's been playing today, he's going to give himself a very good chance. He takes on Kevin Blommer, the 2 unbeaten players going toe-to-toe with Chris and Paul.
It's always nice, Henry, when we get 2 players who have not suffered defeat yet. A little bit later in the schedule, they do meet to see who will finally taste that defeat. But who will remain undefeated then? Will it be this man, the 34-year-old? Or will it be this man right here, Martijn Dracht, 35? It's a good age to be kicking on in the world of darts. I always say that from the age of around 30 to 32, that's where you can potentially kick on and do some great things. So they have a little bit of youth, they have experience, but who has the points?
Well, I was coming to the crescendo of talking about Peter Hudson and that particular year in the UK Open, because that was, of course, the particular year that you and
Game on.
Taylor locked horns on the UK Open stage, main stage at Bolton, and it was a vociferous atmosphere there. It was incredible, and that was where you
100.
defeated the great man again and give him a nice little send-off. One of my favourite moments in darts.
You know what, Mace? It was an atmosphere that
60.
I wish I could bottle it,
Oh,
and every now and again just open it and sample it again.
yeah.
It was
It's like your favourite aftershave, isn't it?
It was extraordinary. And one of the strangest things
93.
that I found out years later, it must have been 8, 9 years later, because when I hit the double 8 against Taylor, I walked off,
100.
gave the infamous goodbye, and then I high-fived somebody who was below me in the crowd, and it took me years to find out it was Ryan Palmer.
Wow, from my neck of the woods.
81.
You were eventually only just edged out in the quarterfinal to Wadey, 10-7. And then our good friend Webby was edged out 10-9 by Wadey in the semis. And in the final, it was James Wade against Wes Newton. And Wadey going on to lift one of his many major titles.
140.
11-8. With a typical James Wade average, 96.
About it.
88.
Just misses out on the 25 there, does Martijn. He was trying to set up 96 or better. Whereas Blommer is looking a double 5.
77.
Well, performance levels
Martijn,
with these two.
113.
This is a 7-legger, isn't it, Nico?
Surely. We have seen quite a lot of dominance over the last 3 matches. Hudson winning 4-2. Kist 4-0 and Blommer 4-0. 2 guides.
Game shot of the first
It's such a dream when that happens. Of course you want to get it on dart 1. Of course you want to get it on dart 2. If you don't, you want the 2 darts to be making the double almost twice the size.
Well, we talk about this in sport, about visualization, and you visualize that moment, don't you? And you practice it over and over again, not necessarily on double 5, of course, but it's like a bit of visualization technique where you think, right, just throw it in that direction, and you just take a little smidge off of it.
81.
Not necessarily an aimed dart. It's all about feel.
Don't throw it too hard. Don't throw it too soft. Just throw it naturally and let the physics do the work.
Yeah, if you were a golfer and you were on one of them infamous holes where you can't see the flagstick, but you sort of visualize it, don't you? The distance and weight of shot. That's very similar.
Yeah, you have to trust the shot.
Yeah.
I've said for quite some time now that when dart players are practicing, that if they're working on something technically, whether it's a stance, a set position, a grip, something like that, you should be throwing at a blank target, not at a match board. So you should be concentrating on what you're doing from the oche, not what the result is.
Absolutely. It's a completely different aspect of your game.
100.
You don't see golfers on the range when they're working on things going for flags.
No, that's right. No. I presume that's why they have distance markers.
83.
So when they're
Time you require
doing their
84.
club in,
Where they have devices that record ball speed, trajectory, ball spin, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's what I want to see on darts. Someone develop something where we can have like a
62.
tracer
Kevin, you require
that traces the arc of the dart and the speed of throw. And
Over to you, tech industry. We can't wait to have it.
I know someone who could do
93.
it, Robert.
Maritime, you require
yes.
22.
Now, double 11. That's a nice marker for double 11. That's even better.
No
And
score.
he sandwiches in between the two. He can't believe it. And
Kevin, you
Blommer could
require
take full
64.
advantage.
Treble 16 for double 8. 43. Safe is 3. He's not a fan of tops, I don't think. So 11. Double 16. Gets there eventually.
I think he's a bit perplexed
32.
because he wasn't expecting to leave
Maritime, you require
43.
22.
Almost frightened of making a mistake
Game
and
shot
being
the
out of
second
rhythm.
leg,
Well,
Maritime direct.
he has paid the price for that miss at double 16.
Well, it's a bit of a myth about dart players and that the counting
Third leg, Kevin,
aspect.
to throw first. Game
We
on.
just know what's left, and then when you hit something you don't expect to hit, that's where you see players sort of go, "Oh right, I have to work this one out now."
140.
You don't want to be
We
labelled as
don't-
one of those players who's done the wrong thing or gone for the wrong shot.
81.
Yeah, we don't necessarily use math per se. It's like 134 off of 501 is 367 because I've seen it a million times. I
140.
don't take it away.
You know the answer before you've even got to show your work.
Yeah.
It's just inherent.
100.
Well, the rare times I did attend a maths class at school, I was that boy that they'd put a maths question on the board and I just put my hand up and knew the answer, and she would be like, well, how did you get to that? Well, I don't know. Is it right? Well, that's irrelevant. How did you do it? I don't know.
Sometimes the kids can be smarter than the teachers.
87.
Seems to me like Kevin Blommer is getting plenty of opportunities so far today, and I love that play.
71.
Yep. That is a sign of confidence.
And I like that because he's not flapping, and it shows he's not overruled by the situation.
60. Kevin, you require 16.
Double 8. Wouldn't be his first 13 darter of the day. That one has pushed the wire.
Game
And that
shot
one has
the
pushed the
third leg,
needle
Kevin
a little
Blum.
bit more towards him. And how many people this morning were tipping Kevin Blommer to be top of the table
Fourth
at
leg,
the end of
Maritime to
Monday?
throw first.
Precisely none.
He was very much. We did get some inside track from a very good friend involved in
123.
European darts, more specifically, and he did throw us a few pointers and said he's a very, very high scorer.
60.
Technically not perfect, but I would say that there's definitely things to work on. But what I do like is that he's confident
135.
in himself. He's not bogging himself down with negativity. There's not been much shaking of the head. He strikes me
140.
as a man who's just enjoying playing today.
That's half the battle. We're seeing someone on the other side of the coin in Kevin Painter
60.
who is not enjoying a single moment of it, and that will impact on your ability to play somewhere near your very best.
And he's got to play Christian Kist in the next game. So, in the words of Mark
100.
Webster, oh no, Bill.
58.
That's a bad result from 183. That invites Blommer back into this leg. If he gets 105 or more, he might just be the favourite for the leg.
99.
Now, why
That's
did
on
he
your
go
wire,
19s there?
125.
Well, I'd be pleased that that's not the ball, actually, because if it had just found the ball, there was no room at the inn.
105.
Mrs. Tops.
Kevin, your wire,
Kevin,
102.
102.
Now, double 16. That is
Double
wonderful.
And that's why he went for the 19. Put the 2 on the end.
He obviously is a double 16 merchant. And you might
Just like
wonder
Evans, who
why
threw first.
he didn't go for the bullseye
Yeah.
at 25 to leave 96 or 71 in the previous turn. But he might be one of those players, a bit like James Wade in his full
60.
capacity, that he just feels more comfortable when something is a 3-dart checkout. It eliminates the possibility of the 2-darter.
Well, we see that often with players. You stick them on the end of a
140.
combination. That they won't hit it with 3 darts, but they'll hit it with 1 in hand.
Had Blommer hit that third treble 20 there, that would have been the first maximum of the match. Average-wise, they're very, very close.
83.
Good standard. Especially when you consider they've both missed a lot of doubles.
100.
We've had 12 darts in total missed at doubles in the match. 1 from 6 for Martijn, 3 from 10 for Kevin.
55.
This one is getting away from Dracht. More so now, because that's perfect. What's he going to do this time? Well, he wasn't going to go the 19s. Interesting.
I was fairly sure he wasn't going for the ball. I thought he may have switched downstairs.
59.
He's
Kevin,
2
your
plays,
wire, 116.
double 16 and treble 20. That's it.
Now, that's not handy. That
80.
is.
Martijn, your wire, 164.
So if he doesn't get this, which he won't, it'll be 4 double 16 then, Paul.
56.
If he does, he may be my new
36.
hero.
Game
He didn't
shot.
need double 16
And
on this
that's
occasion, and it's
Blommer.
Kevin Blommer who remains undefeated. A first loss of the day for Martijn Dracht. He will stay on 6 points, but Kevin Blommer with that average over 90 and decent doubling once again, and that 102 checkout on double 16 in the penultimate leg, that gets him to 8 points, and he will be sitting pretty no matter what happens in his final game of the day against Peter Hudson in game 13. It's Kevin Painter against Christian Kist in a battle of the major champions coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Blummer has made it 4 from 4 as he gets the better Martijn Dracht by 4 legs to 1, doing so a 90.48 average and another topping checkout there. Right, next up is a battle between Christian Kiss and Kevin Painter, two players whose biggest highlight moment in their career came in a couple of months of each other. Christian Kiss picking up the Lakeside title in January 2012. Kevin Painter won the Players' Championship finals 6 weeks earlier, a tournament where our very own Paul Nicholson was number 3 seed. He's alongside Chris Mason in commentary.
Well. How about that, Nico? Just on Blommer. He was a 10-to-1 shot this morning, Nico, to just win this group.
Amazing, isn't it?
Won't be 10-to-1 now, I can tell you that.
No, he will not. Kevin Painter was one of the favourites. Christian Kist was the favourite. Is he the favourite now,
Christian
though?
to throw first.
Nope.
Game on.
He's picked up 2 wins from his 3 matches so far, so possibility of getting on to 8 points, where Blommer already finds himself after 4 from 4 and plus 12, and it's got some
55.
different stems and flights this time. He's getting the full repertoire.
We're back to the black pear-shaped flights, and now it's the longer black stem. Still looking for that magical ingredient today to try and get that first win. He will play 2 of the next 3 matches, Kevin Painter.
140.
This one and match 14 against Philip van Grasse. They have played each other 5 times previously, and Painter has won 4 of them, but they haven't played since 2017. A year where they played twice. Painter won them both, and they were both tight games, 6-5 and 6-4.
82.
That was around about the time where Kevin was starting to consider his options at the professional level.
100.
Doesn't count himself as a pro these days. He's someone who applies his trade in World Seniors and the MODUS Super Series as well.
Yeah, he's always been a very popular player on the exhibition circuit. Was involved in the 2 big events last weekend, one at Armageddon and the one in Stevenage. Tops for 1-0.
92. Kevin, you require 144.
I've seen this finish today from Kevin Blommer. I know exactly what Kevin's thinking right now. Why didn't I start on the 18s when I've got 2 of them? And he has lost this first leg to a very tidy 17 darter from Kist, who again is showing that this is his level. This 88 average level. It just happens so much, it can't be ignored. Yeah, it's fascinating that they won their 2 biggest titles a matter of a couple of months apart. I actually contacted Kevin recently on my birthday on May the 10th. And I said to him, do you know where we were 10 years ago today, Kevin? And he had no idea. I said we were doing an exhibition together in Exeter.
55.
On my 34th birthday. And then his memory twinged. You know how much sympathy he had for my birthday that night? He absolutely hammered me.
60.
And I think Christian right there was going for the double Robin Hood.
He was hammering his equipment.
$58.
I just wonder what's going through the mind of Painter today. It has been a difficult day. And when you have this kind of day on a Monday, it makes for what could be a really long week.
137.
On top of the Players' Championship, Painter also won the British Open back in '97 when it still carried a
140.
massive amount of credibility. The Bob Anderson Classic, the England Open, Swedish Open.
Only good players win the England Open, right?
You know it. You know it.
96. Kevin,
well, ironic with Trina
56.
Here last week, there was a couple of my world ranking titles. She won the
55.
female version of that on the same day. Got some great photos of us
148.
both being presented with our trophies at the same time on stage. She just won 10 world titles more than me, that was all.
Kevin, you require
And about 50 odd
101.
world ranking events.
And this would cheer Kevin up. This would be like a John Walk hat-trick to him. Oh, he's going to be creative. I admire that. I think that was a really decent attempt
48.
at that 101, looking for the double-double option. He might pay the price for the miss. It's another one of those bumpers that he finds.
Christian
He's just so good at it. It's a breaker throw, yeah, prior to lifting the Players' Championship. Of course, he was famed for that unbelievable World Championship runner-up in 2004.
39.
Amazing final, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. 19 years ago.
Right in that.
Think about it being 19 years ago. Kevin has looked after himself really well in those 19 years. He still looks great. He's 55. I'd love to see the people that I watched, including yourself, when I was younger, still look in great shape.
55.
You know, take pride in your appearance, and
I think you reach a. I mean, I was massively into fitness when I was boxing as a kid, and probably up until I was in my probably right up until I decided that
58.
I was going to seriously try and give the darts a go, and then it's very hard to sort of mix the two lifestyles. Things are far easier nowadays, I think, to do that, and we're seeing more and more players at different stages of their careers
140.
sort of taking a stance and saying, right, I've got to be fitter in the body, fitter in the mind. I don't care what anybody says.
and look at Gerben Price. Look at Luke Humphries.
180.
First max of the match goes to Christian Kist, who's just starting to turn the screw.
And to Kevin, that will feel like someone has poured the mustard on his chips. He doesn't want them anymore.
37.
Which is the hot one, the French one, isn't it?
You require
the best one.
127.
Dijon.
Yep. Not going to go for it.
Game
But does
shot
anyway.
by
Wow.
Christian Kist.
Talk about mustard on your chips. That is like putting a kilo of salt and sugar on your chips.
By Kevin to throw first.
Wow, Kevin Painter will
Game on.
think there is nothing that's going to go his way today. I was convinced, you know, that Christian was not going to go for that.
The way he sort of looked up, I thought,
45.
nah, he won't go for this. It was a wry smile from KP. A penny for his thoughts, Nico. None of them we could possibly repeat.
I reach into my pocket for said penny very cautiously.
140.
Kevin's averaging 80 in this contest,
60.
but Kist around 93. And it's been effective most of the day. In fact, the only time he slipped up was when he was playing earlier against Kevin Blommer,
100.
averaging just shy of 80, but
Maybe that's just his off game.
maybe. Some players do just have one off game per day, and that was it. Kist has still got to
100.
play Martin Dracht in game 15. That could be potentially the game of the day.
On the final 3 matches in our 5th and final cycle of games of the day. Here's Hudson against Blommer. KP
42. Christian, you're
against Phillip. And then Dract against Kist. And there's something on all of them. We are going to only have one player.
45.
If Kist goes on to complete the job, not to have won a match today. I can honestly say
48.
I didn't expect
Christian,
that.
you're
And if it's Kevin Painter, I
116.
certainly didn't expect that.
One more 19. The double top.
Game.
And that is
shot,
Kevin
and
Painter
a
out of his
match
misery in this
begins.
one, because that is a really good, steady display from Christian, who really was in control from the very first visit of the contest. 92.5, and he has got good doubling in there as well. The signs are good for Kist, but for Painter, he's only got one more game to go to get points on Monday. When we come back, it will be the final round of matches, so do not go far.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. We are 4 rounds down in our bank holiday bonanza darts here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, Christian Kist got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to nil. This is what it does then in terms of the league table. Painter and Van Hasse will meet in the penultimate game of the day to see who's going to pick up their first points of it. But at the top end, Kevin Blommer, the only player so far unbeaten, 8 points to his name. Christian Kist and Martin Dracht both on 6. In the final round of fixtures, the first game up is Kevin Blommer in action. He takes on Peter Hudson. He can also move on to 6 points if he can get a victory in this one. Let's hand over to Chris and Paul to see what's going to happen.
Yes, what will happen? And as far as this man is concerned, he could walk away with double-digit points today. And that would be a bonanza for Bank Holiday Monday. But for Peter Hudson, if you'd have offered him 6 points at the beginning of the day, he would have probably ummed and ahed a little bit and said, you know what, I'll take that, because it's not a disaster. But right now, dart players do get a little bit greedy, and there's no way that Kevin Blommer wants to settle for 8. He wants the lot.
Absolutely. He wants to go through the card unbeaten. For Kist, it will be, for Hudson, should I say, it would be considered a decent day at the office, 3 from 6. It puts him in position. It puts him in the mix.
Game on.
Well, we're starting to talk about fixtures now where people can gain 2 points, but the ability to stop the people in front of you is just as important. Blommer not getting to 10 points is good for Hudson.
140.
It's good for Kist. It's good for Dracht. And in a funny sort of way, it's good for Painter and Van Gasse as well, if they're somehow going to get themselves off the canvas over the next day and a bit.
140.
Well, we won't have a case where we'll have 3 on 8. We can only get a combination of 2 on 8 or a 1 on 10
59.
and another on 8 has kissed his playing tract in our final match of the session. But the big one
61.
outside of that is the match in the middle, Painter against Philip, because you've just feared for either one of those that loses that match. They're going to be
86.
stewing for the rest of the day and overnight on nil point.
Just going into your vernacular a little bit more, Mace.
You keep away from there, pal.
Some of the dart players today have been playing very much like Dimitri Bivol. They've been doing a lot of good things.
Yeah.
And then some other players have been a bit like
56.
Mr. Acoli from Saturday night.
God. He was fighting in my back garden. I closed the curtains. Yeah, and sometimes that's what it's all about as a player. It's trying to do
43.
everything pretty well rather than one thing
Given you require
spectacularly and then,
160.
you know, like scoring well, not being able to finish. But the vast majority, it'd be interesting to see the numbers crunched and see who's out on top in terms of a running average.
57.
Yeah, I'm one of those crazy people that loves to do all of those stats manually and just admire them as they materialize. That's something I'll be doing straight after today.
137. Given you require
Because we go off the air doesn't mean that work stops.
No, not for us.
That's a lovely dart from Kevin. That one's even better.
Kevin Blum.
Somebody is starting to get confidence.
Well, even in his body language, you can see now there's a little bounce in his step, isn't there?
You know how I was saying earlier that Philip Van Gasse looked like Chris Cooper? Well, Kevin Blummer, because I watch all sorts of different movies, he reminds me of a character from a movie called Me, Myself and Irene with Jim Carrey. And there's a character in that movie called Milky.
Yes. Yes. Good work, Nico.
See, that's one for Raymond van Barneveld, because he's the biggest fan I know of the old Jim Carrey movies. But we're all a fan of Nine Daughters, aren't we, Peter? Aren't we, Peter?
His last 3 visits to the board, 137 in the back end of last leg.
141.
Back-to-back 180s here. No. Boo.
We agree.
85.
Unlike Freiheit, we are not keeping the dream alive. There's an 80s reference for you. Still a great leg, though.
97.
56 after 9.
We require 56.
Maybe this kind of leg that's going to break Kevin Blummer. Is he going to go for the mark or the open portion?
36.
Bit of both. He referenced the character from the film, and he's milked the field for every point available so far.
Oh, that's not kind.
That's why. That
no score.
Gave you the perfect angle of what he was attempting to do.
To the uneducated eye, some people might think that's a good marker, but the way that Peter's darts land, that was not good. This will be even worse. Oh, well, he's left double 16, which is
100.
Well,
it's one of the strangest tons you'll see.
I was going to say, just prior to that ball going in, how many times do we see players on a 9 and lose the leg? It's becoming a more frequent occurrence.
It happened to Nathan Aspinall.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Less than 24 hours ago.
And he missed the double for it.
And lost the match.
16.
How was that found, that gap?
Peter, you require 10.
Well, you couldn't do it if you tried.
What a weird leg this has been. But is the leg over?
6.
It might be for the Dutchman.
Kevin, you require 16.
In fact, he's from Belgium. I do beg your pardon.
Right next door. He's on the border.
Oh, that's almost on the border as well. Double 4. And somehow it always feels worse when the third dart goes in.
It does. It's just horrid. He likes a good old
Third leg, Kevin, to throw
chunter
first.
to himself, doesn't he?
Game
Don't know
on.
what he's saying, of course, because it's Flemish.
And Peter Hudson is not even looking. He's so disgusted with what's just happened that he wanted to stare into the MODUS Super Series abyss.
It's just horrible. We've all been there, and the closer it looks like you may lose the leg, the tighter it is the harder it is to close the leg out. The
78.
tighter the arm becomes, and he's starting to get a little frustrated and a little animated.
Have you ever been in that situation where you've been on a 9 and lost the leg?
Yeah, a couple of times. You focus more on, well, the disappointing of not necessarily missing the 9 as in actual missing the 9 on a double, but when you've hit the back-to-back 180s and then
34.
you sort of miss the treble 20, you tend to be thinking about that, and then before you know it, you're looking at their scoreboard and start to press the old panic button.
57.
I once missed double 18 for a 9 darter against Ricky Evans and didn't get another dart.
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
That's exactly how I felt.
Oh, it's like that
57.
miraculous leg between
Kevin,
Michael
you're
Smith and MVG in the Worlds,
164.
wasn't it?
Correct. He's got time on his side and he's going for 3 treble 7s, obviously. For a moment, I thought he was going to get them.
Still one of my favourite moments involving a missed 9 dart attempt was MVG against
43.
Chisnell, and Chisnell missed the 9 in front of him. Missed the 141 for the 9, and Michael wanted 181, didn't he? And he took out 141 just to show him how to do it.
That's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Double 16.
87.
Well, it would be amazing if Hudson was to win this leg from this position.
Darts housery at its finest.
If you've never seen it, find it.
85.
It's such a shame that there were no
Kevin,
fans there to
you're
watch
16.
that. It was quite incredible. What an incredible day this man is having.
Game
And he's
on the
one
third
leg away from the
Kevin
perfect 10. And if he wins this leg, his leg
Fourth leg,
difference
Peter, to
for the
throw
day,
first.
plus 16.
Game on.
That's halfway to record territory in one day.
Yeah. Well, I always look at it, and if they're sort of on par with terms of positive leg difference to the amount of points they've got,
100.
because if you then sort of reverse it and you look at Philip, he's on no points minus 11, where currently Blom is on 8 plus 12.
100.
Soon to be 10 plus 16 if he carries on like that.
Do you know what? I think our producers here at the MODUS Super Series have missed a trick.
83.
Because we could have had Moreno Blom versus Kevin Blommer. Could have been a Blom off.
59.
But Moreno Blom did not play this well on a Monday here at the MODUS Super Series. He was more of a Thursday and Friday kind of guy.
Yeah.
93.
He's another one that has an insane A game. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Treble 20 still leaves him 170.
He was another player, as far as
52.
I'm aware, that left a somewhat bitter taste in Kevin Painter's mouth.
Yes. Yeah, it was a situation like Jenks had with Niall Cullerton on Saturday night.
65.
He had nothing to play for except pride, and Moreno did the same thing against Kevin Painter. Yeah, it was Yeah, it was a tough atmosphere.
90.
Oh, that's a wonderful use of the
160.
bullseye to get himself into a nice range that doesn't need the bullseye anymore.
55.
We have already had 3 4-0 victories today.
120.
This might be another.
Shanghai. There's the single. We do well to get a treble.
Sometimes
47.
on that shot where you've got to power it through, you can just be a bit too
105.
defensive. You've got to have some real ferocity in the throw to get that one past.
Or just do what I did against Whitlock many moons ago. Bull, bull.
89.
There is the ball.
Kevin, you're
But it might be too late for Hudson.
73.
Yeah, 57 double 8, 1914 tops.
One more dart for a perfect day.
Game. Shot,
Consider the
and
job
the match
completed.
given.
It doesn't get any better than that. Peter Hudson can't believe that he's just been bageled. But that man, Kevin Blommer, what a day he's just had. On debut, he has not been defeated, and he will go into Tuesday defending a 5-match winning streak. Well done, Kevin. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see another Kevin after this short break. It will be Painter looking for his first 2 points up against the other person who's looking for the same.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's 5-star for Kevin Blom with a 4-0 victory against Peter Hudson just before the break. So a perfect start to his Super Series career. 10-1 to win the group at the beginning of the day and 16-1 to win the week. Right, next up for us, Kevin Painter against Philip van Hasse. This is their final game of the session, both looking to finish with a win. Watching this one, Paul and Chris.
Yes, we are watching it in anticipation as well, Henry, because whoever wins this one will walk away with 2 very valuable points. Whoever loses this one will feel very empty indeed.
Sick.
Former Belgian international, Philip van Hasse, against the former England international, And Kevin Painter, who made his debut back in the early 90s and hit a maximum with his first 3 darts in an England shirt.
Wow. Good knowledge, Nico.
YouTube is a fabulous thing. That's probably your viewing sorted for later, isn't it, Mace, if I find you that video?
Yes.
England
First leg,
Internationals, I think it was back in...
throw first.
It was either 93 or 94.
Yeah, I think it was 94 he made debut.
And for the first time today, he is stuck with a piece of equipment
83.
for the next game. Even though he lost his last game by 4-0 and his previous game to that 4-0, he thinks that the equipment that he used in the previous game is what might get him
85.
over the line here. I remember the first time he wore a more colourful dart shirt akin to what he's got
85.
today. He went from someone who would wear a dart shirt that was very classic, just name on the back, bowling collar, one main coloured shirt, black or blue.
100.
And then a new season started, and he rocked up in this thing. And we all thought, was that a gift, Kevin?
100.
But he stuck with it, and it's very much him.
Yep. Again, it's all about creating your own brand. And if you go into
100.
a group of dart fans and you say who the artist is, they'll know it's Kevin Painter, and that's what brand building is all about.
100.
I was going to bring something up in this game, actually, because I'd like to get your take on it as well. Players who have done something in the game, we all collect memories throughout our careers.
Kevin, you require 100.
I'm sure there are things that we collect that aren't intangible. I wonder, and I've seen Kevin's practice room in his former house.
103.
He has not taken the bullseye, but has seen it.
16.
I'll come back to that point in a second, because the end of the leg might be imminent.
76.
That would have been so typical of Kevin's day, that one.
I was just about to say that.
25.
That tops goes in, it sums up his day perfectly. Double 4.
Looks like he's telling the darts what to do.
And they listened.
Game shown on the first leg, Kevin Painter.
I wonder if those darts are called Alexa. Yeah, my point about
Second leg, Philip to
memorabilia
throw
or
first.
memories. I
Game
wonder,
on.
because I've seen Kevin's practice room in his former house where there were so many trophies you couldn't see the wall. I wonder if there's one piece of memorabilia that is not a trophy that
60.
he really treasures. Now, I know he was really close with Eric Bristow. Maybe he's got something associated with Eric.
Yeah, quite possibly.
What about yourself? What's your favourite piece of
85.
darting memorabilia that you have?
I've got a signed card from News of the World champion Billy Leonard. And it's to me,
140.
which is rather nice. But I did have a vast video collection of darts that was on TV from pretty much when it first started on
45.
TV, and I got a lovely signed program from the Flowers Dartsathlon that used to be at Redwood Lodge just outside of Bristol, and my dad used
22.
to help sort of work on that tournament. And of course, back then, under 18s weren't allowed on TV,
81.
but I still managed to go and watch it somehow. So I've got a signed one from all the players in that. I got my first ever dart shirt when I was about 11.
59.
And it is tiny. Yeah, I still got some nice bits knocking about. Got some lovely signed sort of personal stuff, and one of Sid's books,
135.
like personally signed to me with a sort of a message on. Sid was a huge supporter of me on and off the hockey.
60. Kevin, you require 155.
Sid might have called Painter War Kev.
He's been in the wars today.
54.
Yeah, you're not kidding. He's left
Philip, you
himself on
require
a
160.
ton plus out, even though he was trying to leave himself in 2-dart range. Technically, he's still in 2-dart range, but he's not going to go 51 bull.
42. Kevin, you're
He would in an exhibition, which is
101.
well, you've got to go see him.
That's worked out pretty well. Double 12.
77.
Positive try,
Philip,
but
you're
the facial expression tells you
118.
one of sorrow after a pointless day up to now. That scuppers that for Philip.
He went close for a ton plus out in the previous leg, but not happening now.
52. Kevin, you require 24.
Double 12 again. And this
Games
time
on
it's
the
a
second
perler.
leg, Kevin Painter.
Central stuff. And in the last leg, what he did was snap the streak of losing 8 consecutive legs
Third leg, Kevin
in
to
2 matches.
Ferofers.
But now
Game
he's
on.
looking to reverse the role and maybe get a bagel of his own. I've got a piece of memorabilia you might like, actually, mate. Back in 1994,
77.
in the early days of the WDC, they had a tournament that was won by Bob Anderson called the Samson Classic.
Remember it well.
I have the original program. I have the
60.
VIP pass. And I have the photograph, the official one, signed by every player.
Wowzers. Yeah, that's a nice bit, that.
80.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
I've had some firm offers for that, but it's going nowhere. That was given to me by my grandfather. But I have something that I've been offered a lot of money
60.
for, but nobody's getting it. Do you remember the Jockey Wilson Cup between
Yes.
England and Scotland? It was prior to the PDC World Cup even starting. They had a test event called the Jockey Wilson Cup between Robert Thornton and Gary Anderson, Philip Taylor and James Wade. I've got Robert
26.
Thornton's shirt. It's a one-off.
See, I'd like something like that introduced as a
36.
almost undercard at the World Championships, because that's, you know, that it's just something to build up into the final.
60.
That'd be nice for some to do something like that. Maybe, you know, maybe pick, you know, 4 legends to represent the countries, whatever.
You could put Painter back up there just for the night.
100.
He made a semi-final at the World Championship in 2008, and that was the very first Ali Pali World Championship. You could even put him up against John Part,
Yeah.
who beat him that night.
98.
Maybe don't put Wayne against Kirk, because he might have
Well, wasn't that
PTSD about it.
Wasn't that a common theme? Didn't John Part beat Painter on his run to the Worlds?
45.
Yeah,
Kevin,
At
you're
the tavern, wasn't it?
60.
we best say that quietly.
Yeah, well, JP's in that elite list of players that have won world titles
100.
in 3 different venues.
Correct. Tavern, Palace, Lakeside.
Same as Philip Douglas Taylor.
100.
There's another
Kevin,
Philip
you're
here, but this one's
60.
in a world of trouble.
Well, look on the bright side. It's not in the treble 20. And it's not in the way of tops either.
Range on the third leg, Kevin.
See, that's what
Painter.
happens when you look at the glasses half full, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Fourth leg, Philip to
Glasses more than half
Ferofers.
full right now. Even though he's just had a sip of water, it means
Game
it
on.
probably is half full.
Well, it's 3/4 full now, isn't it? It's 3-0 up.
Looks like the former Belgian international might be walking away with
81.
nothing in the glass. Knowing Kevin as we do, walking away with a 4-0 victory here and 2 points.
100.
He'll still be disappointed.
Over the weekend, how about this for talking about memorabilia and old times? Paul Lim, at 69 years of age, has just won a
100.
WWF title in Mongolia.
Oh, yeah, that's where Russ Bray was, in
Yeah.
Ulaanbaatar.
Yeah. Well
Just
done, Limmy.
just another country that Paul Lim has won in.
140.
I don't think he's represented them, though, has he? Everywhere else. How many passports does he have?
More than Jason Bourne.
100.
Can he get to a finish here?
60.
It's all a bit erratic, and he looks a bit lost up there at times. Some of those visits are struggling for the weight of the dart. I know it's been a struggle for Kevin today, but he really has
100.
tried his very best. There's not one point in his career where he has not given everything he has.
He leaves nothing in the locker room.
45. Philip, you require 120.
For a first leg in this contest, it's not going to happen.
Well, can KP end his day on a real high and
35.
take out a 156?
And you require 156.
It's on. Give it a chance.
100.
The only dart you don't want to see there with dart 2 is it being short.
85.
Well, we've not really attacked the treble. Just sort of floated it. Oh, that's a terrible dart. Treble 17. Treble 14 or treble 18. Depending whether you want tens or double 16.
25. Kevin, you require 56.
I think Kevin just wants to get this done.
Just to end the misery.
It's 2 darts to the left.
Game, shot,
and 1 in the
and a
heart.
match.
So the
Kevin
artist does
Painter.
finish the day on 2 points. It wasn't, but he was better than his opponent. And at the end of the day, that's all you have to be in every single match you play. We're looking at the glass half full. His doubles were really good in that contest when he hit 4 from 7. Philip van Gasse, tomorrow he will have to find a lot more in the scoring if he is to get back into the race for the top position, but he may already be playing for a position on Thursday and Friday. One more game to go, and it will be the all-Dutch affair with Dracht up against Kist.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Painter has rounded off his day with victory against Philip van Gasse. So one final match for us to go then on our first day's action in Group A. It's going to see Martijn Dracht in action against Christian Kist. The winner of this will be behind Kevin Blommer in the table overnight. Watching this on, Chris and Paul.
Thank you very much. A chance for Christian Kist to be on 8 points, but also for Dracht to have 8 points after he stumbled against Kevin Blommer in his previous match. We are on a streak of 4-0 victories. There have been 3, so in 10-pin bowling terms, we've just had a turkey. That's what 3 strikes are in a row. But now, this old Dutch affair, I have a feeling, Chris Mason, that this one is not going to be 4-0.
I would be amazed if it is, because when you look through their stats, again, they're quite similar, playing to, well,
First leg, Maritime to throw first.
Kist is playing at a slightly higher level, but I'm not sure it's a big enough gap in terms of the range. Often when we talk about the sort of elite end of the game, and you've got a player averaging
100.
sort of low 90s and the opposing player over 100, that effectively means that it's getting done in 5
60.
visits or less. So you're then asking your opponent to produce finishes from a throw behind. So anything potentially from 81 to 161.
60.
But the gap is not big enough to maybe consider one of these two could run away with it.
39.
This format should not be that alien to Dracht. Because when he plays in associate member qualifiers for European Tour events, there are a lot more players in them than there were in previous seasons.
78.
And he's having to win, funnily enough, 5 games to get through, which are best of 9 legs.
Yep.
So his engine should be
80.
unruffled.
Absolutely. Certainly not entering into the unknown. Having played this format before.
Now, is it just me,
23.
or to your educated eye as well, Mace, do you see his darts starting to go in slightly more diagonal?
Yeah, they're definitely to the right, aren't they?
Yeah. As for Kist, they are still going in straight, but look at this now for Dracht. Darts going in, and the flights are starting to kink a little bit left.
They're a little bit. Is the wrist just breaking slightly, which is creating a bit of a flick?
125.
It's definitely not as smooth as it was earlier on. That doesn't mean to say that he won't win the leg. But they've both had a dart on the floor in this first leg.
130. Maritime, you require 115.
One of the things that you will see if that happens is a small one, because it goes short and
right.
it goes right.
Yep.
45. Christian, you require 52.
For an early break, and oh dear.
Game
And this is that
controversy,
kind of 6-visit
Christian.
territory you were talking about, Nico. More often than not, he's converting it in 16 or 17 because he's maybe missing a
Second leg,
15 or
Christian to throw first.
setting up.
Game on.
Sometimes when it comes to commentary in many sports, certain things just are so
80.
appropriate. And those 2 words on that single, oh dear. Because that's exactly, in a roundabout sort of way, what you're thinking as a dart player.
Yeah, you do. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Or oh dear.
45.
But look at the way he was able to fix it immediately and get the job done. There's an insight into the flight path
100.
of the
I
Kist
think
darts.
we've had a new set of flights put in. You had the old ones in for about a year.
No, these ones are going to be in for all of tomorrow now.
all of this year by the look of the last set.
I do believe they don't make these flights anymore either, because they're from his previous manufacturer. He might have been sent the
125.
residual amount of sets, and he'll say, well, I'll use them up until they're finished.
That's what happened with the medium white stems. I went over to a shop in London which no longer
96.
exists, and I said, how many? He said, oh no, he said about 10,000. I said, right, I'll have them all. And I've literally got shoe boxes planted all around the house of them.
121.
You just can't get them anymore. They're medium nylon, but they were of a certain material and weight.
60. Christian, you require 75.
For a 2-0 lead then. He's looking to double 12. Oh, back to double 3 then.
69.
It's
Maritime,
not
you
being
require 160.
Pretty.
Not really. It's been somewhat unconventional so far for Christian.
Well, that's been a bit of a theme. He's needed that second bite of the cherry, which is why we've seen so many 16, 17, 18 dart legs from him. Not a lot more than that.
Only one route left. That was almost the treble.
Game Sean,
He is skirting with danger in this game, but he is 2-0 up. It's somewhat befuddling so far for Christian Kist.
Well, Dract on his
game on.
Opening game of the day averaged 80.19, but it was enough for a 4-2 win, and he did miss 10 darts at a double, so that would have affected the overall average.
60.
Then he had a 89.34, an 87.33, an 85.3, and at the moment,
60.
Well off the pace. Now, is Martijn having that bad game that Kist had a little earlier
99.
against Blommer?
I'd have to say yes so far. Because even having a bad game, I would expect Drag to be averaging around about 82, 83. This is well below that. And those darts are going low 75% of the time now.
Yeah, and that
59.
again, that's either pressure or fatigue. It's just a slight maybe overgrip or
60.
just getting a bit too much tricep involved, so it's not making the throw as clean as he would like. And there's another low one.
I've just been looking at his elbow height. That seems to be okay.
96.
But if the tricep is tired, it's not going to deliver that dart with the same sort of fluency and ferocity at the same time as it was earlier.
95.
Whenever I see that dart from Christian where the body gets involved, I somewhat pause and hope that he's not hurt.
57.
He's like a piece of fine bone china. You only get him out at Christmas and you handle it with care.
No one's allowed. It's like years ago when your mum and dad had that special room that no one was allowed in.
Martijn, you require
But you mean the house?
130.
Yeah. You'd open the door. Oh, there it is. You can have a look, and then it'll get shut.
Yeah, everybody's got the fine bone china, and you've got a plastic plate
78.
with Mickey Mouse on it.
Christian, you require 127.
Oh, this would sting. With Dract on a 2-darter.
Well, he did this against Kevin Painter, didn't he? When we didn't think he was going to go for it.
He's going for this one.
102.
Casts a shadow over the bullseye as well.
Weight of dart was absolutely perfect. Oh, another oh dear.
Well, that is missed by nearly 2 inches.
Yeah, from his intended target.
32. Christian, you require 25.
Who was it who said it might not be 4-0 in this game?
Well, we anticipate that they will sort of pretty much play to type.
13.
It's not going to be 4-0
Martijn, you
because
require 20.
he's not going to miss 3 in hand.
He's got to attack this double 10 because this is my fear for him.
Yeah.
That outside shot is not a guide.
Game
He does jag the double 5.
Didn't readjust his foot position either. He moved left for the double 10 and stayed there on the double 5.
Game on.
What that does is it actually shortens the oki a little bit. It's microscopic, but it makes the shot feel slightly easier. And I'm not surprised to see him hit that double 5 on the left side because it's a little lower than the central piece.
Yep.
100.
You can tell because of the body movement and the snap in the throw. He's trying to throw them harder. Whereas Christian is just doing what he was doing earlier. Pushing through the air and plodding on. Dutch darts is in a pretty good place at the minute with Premier League champion Michael van Gerwen. 7-time Premier League champion now. The best ever Premier League player.
90.
Yep. Overtaking the 6 of the GOAT, Phil Taylor.
85.
People said that Phil's records would not be broken. Well, there's one of them gone.
Yeah, well, the Premier League was
57.
one of the most recent introductions. Of one of them was going to go, you'd think it would be that one. But in terms of match plays and worlds,
60. Christian, you require
No.
89.
Oh, agreed. I don't think anybody gets to double figures.
no. Well, there was that talk of MVG, and I said all along, if he gets to 5, that would be some achievement.
74.
And everybody was like, "You're mad!
Maritime, you require
Getting to
116.
Would be insane."
He's still got 3.
Yeah.
Hasn't won one since 2019. 57. Leaves tops.
96.
There's another one of those low shots.
And
Christian,
it's
you
only going to get
require
harder
15.
because the field of players now is so much closer to each other.
Game
Now 3-1 to Kist
Christian
with another 17 darter in his day. One more leg required.
Fifth leg, Maritime to throw first.
That low dart
Game on.
of Martijn Dracht has been plaguing him all game long.
140.
You might say to me as well that it's not that low. It's just underneath. But when it constantly happens,
60.
and when you're at this level as well, where you expect to be able to build a visit, it will annoy him.
58.
Because there it is, 3 darts that are under the target. His opponent hasn't got any problems.
140.
There have been no maximums in this game so far. And Kist has been swimming at this level for quite some time.
98.
Kist has had 9 darts at a double, as opposed to Dracht having 5.
95.
And I think that's fairly consistent with what we've seen in this match. Sometimes you see people having way more and losing, like Peter Hudson earlier in a 4-0 defeat.
135.
And Dracht is not going to go quietly.
$140.
You feel this is a must hit?
70.
It's double 16 this time.
54.
That could be the last dart he throws today.
Christian, you require
And after winning his
66.
first 3 games, he might be beaten in his final 2.
$42.
But not yet.
Maritime, you require 16.
He may even win another game and walk away with 8 points. And if he walks away with 2 points from this game, Christian Kist will have
Christian to throw first.
a
Game on.
particularly bitter taste in his mouth.
$140.
One of the things about the culture of darts in the Netherlands is that they play a lot of local club darts and cafe darts together.
41.
You go to some of the cafes around the country, and on a darts night, you might run into world champions, major champions, tour card holders, people with massive reputations.
121.
And to them, it's just another night of darts. It's an amazing culture.
140.
And seeing these two go at it, maybe on a Tuesday night in a cafe, is not out of the question.
50.
Sometimes it's pretty hard to recognise Christian Kist when he's walking down the street because he always wears a hat.
$97.
Pretty smart thing to do, actually, when the temperature outside's closer to 25. And you don't have much in the way of follicles on the old noggin.
100.
Potentially only 2 darts away from getting the 2 points that he craves. He's already missed 2 darts for the match, remember, at double 12 in the previous leg.
100. Christian, you require 90.
Gets the ball. Gets double
shot,
top.
And the match.
What an
Christian
exclamation
Kist.
point on what has been an excellent day for Christian Kist. He's not going to finish top of the table, but he is going to feel very good about his efforts. He only was defeated once, and his consistent play throughout the day, averaging between 85 and 92, the game is there, And if he can really plug in tomorrow, he will cause problems for everybody. So that's the day done. To cast their eye over what we've seen today over the last 15 matches, we'll go to the balcony now with Henry and Chris.
Paul, thank you very much. Christian Kiss then, 4 wins from his day. And Paul Nichols just said down there in the commentary box, consistent throughout.
Yeah, he had one little wobble in the middle, and outside of that, he's been pretty solid. I should imagine his running average for the day would be around his running average away from the Super Series, around sort of 88, 89. And, you know, he was outright favourite before the off. I'm not sure he would be outright favourite after today, though, because of what Kevin produced.
Absolutely. Kevin Blommer, who we got a little bit of research, a little bit of insight to before the session got underway, but we didn't know how he's going to react under the stage lights. He actually said he was a little bit nervous going into it, but he didn't show one bit, did he?
No, and he got more and more comfortable as the day went on, and where some players you'll see that happen and they will think about going 5 out of 5. He almost embraced being sort of the player who was unbeaten, and all credit to him. I thought he played very well throughout the course of the day.
As for Martijn Dracht, got off to a really good start today, but just tailed off towards the end.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fatigue, maybe all the travel over the weekend, early start this morning. Got a chance to adjust now and just get some good rest in and come back tomorrow. I'm a big fan of Martijn Dracht. I think he's potentially a top quality player. He's at that right kind of age now where he can kick on.
Well, let's have a look then at the table, following the first day's play in Group A. As we say, Blommer, Kiss, Dracht, the top 3. Peter Hudson there on 4 points. Can he feel a little bit hard done because in a couple of the performances?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would have been, if you sort of broke down his performances across the day, there was a couple of moments where a few things went wrong for him, but I think he's going to be in the mix come Wednesday afternoon. He's going to be there or thereabouts. But he has to make a good start, because we could start to see that group separation, which we talk about a lot, and it could become one group split into 2, and he doesn't want to be involved in the bottom end of that group.
Because that Group C looks very tough this week. Thoughts on Kevin Painter today?
Yeah, I think he got bogged down, and he's too experienced, really. But in fairness, everything he did went wrong, while all of his opponents, everything they did went right early on. And yeah, he just got a little frustrated and probably maybe a little bit too negative. But what we know about Painter is he will fight back tomorrow.
He most certainly will. Tuesday, of course, moving day here at the Super Series. Kevin Blommer, great first day. We always say it, though, with debutants, it's how they're going to react on day 2.
Yeah, but I just don't see anything. I just don't see anything that I can get a negative read on him at the moment. If anything, I think he'll probably play better tomorrow.
That is a statement and a warning to the rest of the field. Well, we better enjoy the rest of our bank holiday, shouldn't we?
I know, the sun is shining.
The sun is shining here on the sunny South Coast. And you can join us on the sunny South Coast every single Saturday night here at the Super Series. Head over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets for every single week up until Champions Week on August the 5th. And there's some very good lineups coming up in the next few weeks, that is for sure. But me and Chris, we're going to leave you for now. We're going to be back first thing tomorrow morning for the continuation of Group A, where it is Kevin at the summit.